All right, everyone, can we please pour one out, have a moment of silence for my destroyed skin barrier? No, unfortunately, I think that the vitamin C plus retinol must have been a little bit too much for my skin, so now it's mad at me. Nothing but moisturizers for a couple of weeks, it seems. No, I know. That's what you get for trying to beat back death, you know? Ripped to the second gayest skin layer to die this past week. The most lamentable recent death. Yeah. Sometimes it feels like there's nothing to say, you know? Of course it happens on a day that I'm out. Actually, it happened, you know, like the night prior, but what are you gonna do? How y'all doing? Miss Pixel, the Omnis segment isn't about climate change. The Omnis segment is about rent seeking. Also, Sam Neill died. Rest in peace. I saw that. That's very unfortunate. Have you ever considered Vyvanse as an alternative to Adderall? No. Why would I do that? So the Adderall's working just fine. Why would I do that? I'm not shopping around. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. I realized I was so distraught by the effect the vitamin C had on my face that I didn't even take the damn Adderall. Thanks for reminding me. What is up? Aren't some of those gas station drugs kind of like Adderall? No. No, please don't promote that misinformation. You're going to get people in trouble. Yeah, they did some Kenjaku shit. The Omni segment isn't rent-seeking, it's capitalism as a whole. No. You can't be that broad. Have you tried replacing your Adderall with methamphetamine? This conversation is reminding me about the fact that every time I bring up like drug dependency in chat, they're like, "Well, don't you take a small prescribed dose of ADHD medicine as regulated and you know, suggested by a doctor?" What does that have to do with me lighting up my dab rig, my jet engine dab rig every morning? I have like the propane torch and the fucking, I've got like a hand crank, you know? What does that have to do with it? Stop deflecting. How the fuck do I have this many tabs open already? That's not good. That's not good. Argentina's peso is officially worthless. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Libertarians don't know how the economy works and literally never have. Oh, right, we were playing Disco Elysium. There we go. Yippee! God damn, look at that. I know, like, to an extent they deliberately devalue their currency, but holy... Well, mission successful then? Yeah, no kidding. Down 99.59% since, like, I guess 20 years ago? And they think they're better than all other Latino countries because they're Italian. Dude, there has been so much fucking funny-ass slander of Argentina during the World Cup. I saw, like, Argentinian depict, like, Mexico as a garbage bag, and a Mexican on Twitter was like, "Don't depict me as a garbage bag. I'm afraid that Argentinians will think there's food in me and rip me apart." It's fucked up, man. It's so sad Speed got slurs hurled at him by Argentinians. It's a really, like, shit country. You know that, right? Like, genuinely. The racial politics in Latin America have always been defined by the interplay between white supremacists, like would-be descendants of colonizers, and the indigenous people. And Argentina is a country where the would-be white descendants of colonizers are... It doesn't matter what your skin tone is. But, like, it's a bad country. Some comment said it's not every Argentinian, but it's always an Argentinian. Yep. Very sad, very sad. Okay, hold on. Let's keep our thoughts structured, huh? Tough as it is for me. You know, we're going to do our best. So, obviously, Lindsey Graham is dead. No one really cares, to be honest with you. It is kind of funny. Apparently, it was an aortal tear. Just random shit. Happens to old people sometimes. As we all know, he was gay. A bunch of sex workers in D.C. have, like, been posting about it, how he's, like, shameless and disgusting. Not really surprising. I actually don't know if Lindsey Graham was a rapist. He might have just, like... I don't want to talk about the ladybug thing. It's fucking disgusting. Yeah, he's dead. Great, you know? As is often the case with people like him, no one really, like, seems to care. Fox News interrupted their coverage of Lindsey Graham's death in order to announce that the U.S. is carrying out strikes in Iran, which, in fairness, is probably how he would have wanted to go.
Since his 40s, so...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, more to be uncovered on that, but in the meantime, we have a Fox News alert. CENTCOM says that U.S. forces have begun launching more strikes against Iran just moments ago. The strikes are meant to stop Iran's attacks on commercial shipping.
It's beautiful. It really is. It's perfect. This one's for you. He died knowing Iran won. I hope he was smart enough to know. I mean, Lindsey Graham isn't stupid. He's not a stupid senator. Or wasn't, I should say, past tense. He was pretty good at wrangling Trump. Which, I mean, really, this is mostly a loss for the state of Israel. Lindsey Graham was an Israeli state asset who spent an inordinate amount of time during Trump 2 basically convincing Trump to do whatever Netanyahu wanted. That was basically his main role. He was holding blood-faced. Like, he just wanted to see, you know, people smoldering in Iran. And he got what he wanted to an extent, though, of course, on some level, he must have understood that Iran was winning this one. Here's a little bit from The Atlantic, if you will. How Lindsey Graham worked Trump via Mark Leibovich. If you flatter him all the time, he'll lose respect for you. We know this. We've seen this many times. Graham told me of the president. If he had a goal of getting Trump to do something, especially if it involved foreign affairs, Graham would just tell the president that his then predecessor, Barack Obama, would do something that was 180 degrees different. This is a really observable tactic in real life, and it makes sense that Lindsey Graham would apply it because we all know the best way to stimulate the neurons of a fascist is to tell them they're being cucked by a black man. More so than any drive towards, like, personal growth or, you know, self-interest, telling them that they are currently getting fucked by a black man is the best way to get them doing something. Just very reliable. This method can be very effective, Graham told me. Obama drives him nuts. Mr. Trump, Obama wouldn't bomb Iran. I mean, that's literally what happened. Obama led the GCPOA, which he had to negotiate through back channels so Schumer wouldn't fuck it up. Outpouring of support for Lindsey Graham outside his office. Phenomenal. I saw this, yeah. 4 post-it notes written by the same person. Didn't even try. The problem, right? Like, it's a unique byproduct of our era where people with immense amounts of power and leverage are unloved by everyone. They're not loved by their own. They're not respected by their own. Like, they're immensely powerful, but nobody on any level likes them. I feel like this is unique to our time because, like, at least corrupt emperors, like stupid corrupt emperors, probably kept with them like a close network of like, you know, patronage who liked them. But for people like Lindsey Graham, like, nobody actually likes him, you know? How do people like this even get elected? The same way Stevens is probably going to get elected in Michigan. Being a shameless toady for corporate power gets you really, really far. It doesn't matter how popular you are, how charismatic you are. It's my hope the rest of the demons look at the joy at Graham's death and for a brief moment think this will happen when I die too. They don't care. I thought Abdul was head Michigan. Lexi Glor, did we have this conversation before? I feel like you massively overstate how likely Abdul is to win. It's really, really close. Yeah, the greatest loss here is for the state of Israel. Lindsey Graham was a Christian evangelical, and I mean, to what extent he actually believed in it is immaterial. He probably didn't. I personally believe basically everyone in government is an atheist, but he played to that card and was an extremely aggressive advocate for Trump's interventionism in the Middle East. And it's actually very, very possible that he's irreplaceable. Like Lindsey Graham might not have a peer in the very, very specific field of getting Trump to do shit that Israel wants him to do. Yeah, who knows? Wasn't he big on Ukraine? I mean, he's big on like MIC spending in general. How is it even possible Haley's so close? There's zero support for her. $50 million spent on the race. Are there any big Israeli pushers left in the inner circle? Just Hegseth, right? Well, Lindsey Graham was not unique in being a big Israel pusher. He was unique in that he was good at managing Trump. We know that. We have years and years of anecdotes of Lindsey Graham being really good. Remember that one article we saw where he was like testing slogans for Trump? Like, this is the one they're going to remember you for? You know? No, I just love war. Many such cases. Who manages Trump? Well, everyone around there is trying to manage Trump as best they could, you know? I saw Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker mourning his death. Great stuff, really.
We're learning that longtime Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has passed away. His office says he died on Saturday night after what they call a brief and sudden illness. The statement says Graham's family is asking for privacy at this time. He represented the state of South Carolina in the U.S. Congress since 1995. Let's bring in...
man's been around for a while. Very undemocratic organization.
CNN's Alex Michelson, anchor of The Story Is. Alex, you are on the West Coast there. How are you processing this news that has just come in, the shocking death of a senator who had just been in Ukraine and had just met with the Ukrainian president, and now we're learning he has died?
Yeah, I mean, just posted a bunch of statements onto X yesterday in his official capacity.
It was an aortic dissection, allegedly. He refused to seek care for his symptoms. Well, I believe because we had people around him, like, right up until his hospitalization. Apparently what actually happened was he was feeling very sick, and people were like, go to the hospital, and he was like, no, I have to do this. I have to do this work first. Got to make sure Iran gets bombed, and Israel and Saudi Arabia have normalized relations. And then he fucking died.
Pictures and images of him working over the last few weeks are out there. So this coming out of nowhere, that Lindsey Graham, one of the most important and influential voices in the United States Senate for many years, somebody who has been one of the biggest champions of more United States military intervention.
Well, that's a way to put it.
Somebody who has championed the idea of military intervention in Iran for many years, somebody who's championed the United States relationship with Israel very closely for many years. And now, all of a sudden, you know, there's been so much conversation about Mitch McConnell's medical reality right now. Nobody would have thought
apparently he's
this
alive.
would come now.
Like I said, Kenjaku shit, you know, for all we know, one of them's piling the other.
It's been an extraordinary life of public service, a controversial life. Somebody who was in the United States House of Representatives for many years, been in the Senate for many years as well, became a close ally of John McCain and Joe Lieberman. They called themselves the Three Amigos. One thing there
was something
great, phenomenal, really. Just a non-stop mournful tone. Can you give your opinion on the 16-minute video? No. On Obsidian Entertainment? No. Good try, though. Chat Odyssey. Graham then joked, I can't die now. I still need to do the Russia sanctions, get Iran sorted out, and do Israeli-Saudi normalization. He passed away several hours later. I've only seen Cory Booker's condolences. I haven't seen Elizabeth Warren's. What did Elizabeth Warren say exactly? I saw a quote tweet. What did Booker say? Let me see.
And I'm a brand new senator, determined to do something about mass incarceration. And I hear through Dick Durbin and others that he's the guy to work
Shifted one as well. Shifty shift.
with. And I say, Mr. Graham, sir, I'd like to work with you on criminal justice reform. He seems almost amused by what I said. He goes, Cory, do you understand? I'm in a primary right now, and I'm running against a guy who is batshit crazy. I can't even so much as talk to you right now. Get out of here, man. Come back to me after my primary. And I laughed. And
Klobuchar wrote like 7 paragraphs, disgraceful.
Came back to him after the primary. And true to his word, he rolled up his sleeves and we went to work. And thanks to him and Dick Durbin and some other Senate heroes, our bill became the First Step Act after years, 2 presidents, 2 Congresses, and became law. One of my favorite moments in that negotiation.
Yeah, she called him his friend. Or her friend.
Was at the last minute, I'm trying to force one more thing into that bill. This has to do with children being put in solitary confinement. And I am going at it with this White House official who says, no, hard no. And we're almost yelling at each other. And then he says, I'm going to get Lindsey Graham on the phone and he will tell you. And so he gets the White House operator to connect Lindsey Graham onto the phone. And Lindsey Graham listens for maybe a hot second and then interrupts the guy and says, are you kidding me? We need Cory Booker to get this bill done. We can't do it without him. Give him what he wants.
Man, this is actually like uniquely embarrassing because at least the other ones are like, oh, Lindsey Graham was funny and we'll miss him. But this one is like, actually, Lindsey Graham specifically liked my politics and helped me, you know? Man, I hate Cory Booker. I mean, Cory Booker is just representing the majority opinion of national Democrats here. Like the average national Democrat has politics that are not that distinguishable from Lindsey Graham. They're technocrats who have an enormous in-group privilege, who value patronage and loyalty above everything else. They are basically just a modern aristocracy, especially in the Senate. Yeah, especially in the Senate. That's why all these Democrats, even the relatively progressive ones like Warren, don't treat Lindsey Graham with the contempt that he deserves. They're nice to him, even though nobody in their base likes it. It's because they're not signaling to their base. They're signaling to, you know, the capital class. Hey, at the end of the day, the Senate, we're all on your side here, okay? We get it, okay? Listen, no matter how fundamental the disagreements may seem between Democrats and Republicans, we would never challenge the underlying mirage of civility. Sorry, not civility, civility, my bad, civility. Because that's what, like, keeps people pacified.
And it was in the bill. It's now part of the law of the land. One of the White House negotiators during that first negotiation told me that Lindsey Graham was like an unguided missile. That God, he never knew which way he was going to go, whether he would come back and hit you. But when he was aligned.
Do you think they consider Bernie part of their group? No, Bernie has always famously been, quote, difficult to work with in the Senate because he doesn't do this. Well, actually, I don't know if he said anything about Lindsey Graham. I genuinely don't know. I have not checked. But I can tell you that historically, Bernie Sanders has been considered like an outsider in the decades that he's worked in the Senate, in large part because he doesn't engage in this like nonstop show of bipartisanship.
When he would be in the right place at the right time, man, he could get things done that other people couldn't and bring a lot of light and new possibilities to the efforts.
Like, look at this.
I am stunned at Lindsey Graham's death.
Like, this is for nobody. Like, there's no constituency, nobody who would vote for Cory Booker likes any of this, but it's not for them.
He is reunited with his friend, John McCain, that they both are experiencing God's love.
Jesus Christ.
Grace, mercy, and forgiveness. My prayers are with his family and all those who loved and cherished him. I will miss my perhaps most unexpected friend in the Senate and someone with whom I got some good things done.
It's not just Booker. You know what this reminds me of a lot? This reminds me of a lot of the confusion that people felt whenever they see really big, like, pro-AI speeches at graduation ceremonies at universities. They'll get booed by the students, and people will be like, I don't get it. Why are these, like, tech executives being brought up on stage to give, glazing endorsements of, AI tech to a bunch of students who know their jobs are being threatened by that same technology? It's not for you. This is what a lot of people miss, and I think it's why a lot of people don't understand why the Democratic Party is the way it is. It's not for you. It's not that they don't know they're going to get booed. They're aware of that. What they're trying to do is convey an image of uniformity, of fatalism. It doesn't matter whether you like us or not, we're here. Your hate proves my strength, because I can go up here and give a speech to a bunch of booing students, but it doesn't change a damn thing. Your boos are meaningless, That's the point. So when you see stuff like this, remember, it's not for you. Cory Booker is not like detached and trying to win over the love of his constituency in a ineffective way. I mean, he is detached, but that's not why he's doing this. What political parties are for the people? It's not a party, but you can always join the DSA. From Warren, a much less pathetic and like groveling one, but still pathetic and groveling. Even though we disagreed on much, he was always willing to negotiate with humor and wit. Adam Schiff complimenting him. I'll remember his sense of humor. He was allegedly quite funny. And how he deployed it to move his policy positions forward. At least Adolf Hitler was a vegetarian, etc., etc. Look at that, man. 1K quotes, 144 likes. Really good stuff. God damn, man. Fucking grim.
You obviously launched a fresh round of strikes overnight. Iran said
that audio, huh?
Overnight, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. CENTCOM came out this morning and said the Strait of Hormuz is open. Which is it, Mr. President, and how are you going to respond?
And I don't want to talk about it because I want to honor the life of Lindsey Graham, so I don't want to talk about it. I told you that before the call.
Yeah.
It's
just what he would have wanted.
Open. We bombed the hell out of them last night. They're very, very evil and sick people.
The Warren one sucked, but it was not that horrible. Lindsey Graham's politics are genuinely apocalyptic. Lindsey Graham, if he got what he wanted, would kill more people than did Hitler in the entirety of World War II. His politics are like world-endingly bad. Nothing but contempt should be shown for him. I genuinely think that, like, at a minimum, every Democrat should be spitting at his grave. I don't consider this like an edgy position. I don't think it's edgy to say shit like, oh, it's good that Hitler's dead. Like, this is how far the Overton window has moved. Like, the bar has shifted so much now that you get this, like, coddling, who's an edgy boy, who's an edgy boy. Dog, I don't think it's edgy. He was just, like, really evil. Yes, he was also gay. That was the main problem. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
All just absorbing this news. We are all in shock.
I don't know if I can tolerate this audio for a 7-minute, 30-second interview. Trump, quote, remembered Lindsey Graham on Meet the Press, claiming he talked to him, quote, minutes before his death, and describing his passing as a big blow to the Save America Act. Trump went on to say he already has a replacement for Graham in mind, and then shot down Kirsten Walker's attempt to ask him a question about Iran. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Very good, very good, very good. My liberal grandmother called him bipartisan. I don't think that people know that. Do you think your liberal grandmother might be mistaken about his alleged bipartisanship because Democratic leaders refuse to call him out for how bad he is? Like, do you think the fact that Democrats nonstop lie and frame him as some kind of, like, you know, reasonable, funny guy who worked towards the betterment of America even if he disagreed on the means, do you think that might contribute to your grandmother's misconception? Wow, this is like a crazy pause frame. Trump endorsed Graham's sister for Senate? Yeah, why not? We don't really have a democracy anyway. That's what makes me hate the defense of him through a queer lens. It's not real. Anyone defending Lindsey Graham through a queer lens is a Mossad agent. You don't need to take it seriously or pay attention to it. They're not real people. Let me send this one over. Everyone danced on Kissinger's grave. Oh, really? Everyone? Curious. Have you, by chance, taken a look at what many national Democrats had to say about Kissinger after he died? Everyone, you say. Really? Would you like to examine the evidence on that point? There we go. One thing at a time, Jan Reness, one thing at a time. Everyone wants to get the damn segments out. You know who wants to get the damn segments out? I want to get the damn segments out. Have you considered that? I'm the segmentler. The segmentler. The segmentler. You get me. This is kind of a little dalliance, you know? Like a little mini segment, I guess. But I saw a lot of people talking about how fucking pathetic this was, and I think it's oh god, I didn't even go over like Amy Klobuchar's rambling about Lindsey Graham. Jesus Christ. Literally just like, hey, we were best buds. We kissed. And then he was like, you, but not me. Yeah. But sorry, not relevant. The thing I actually wanted to talk about was Tapper. You know, we know that the Zionists, I mean, to a large extent, like Zionist interests are already basically like ubiquitous across American mainstream media. The acquisition of CNN by the Ellisons is only going to worsen that. There was an interview recently between Jake Tapper and Donald Trump that was genuinely like, I would personally consider it like shocking, even for how bad my opinion is of Jake Tapper. Like, I really do think he's the worst of the worst. Like, he wants to be the Barry Weiss after the network gets taken over. He had this interview with President Trump where he is being like unbelievably submissive.
Well, I know you don't want to talk about any other issues out of respect for Lindsey Graham, but we would love to have you back sometime because I do have a lot of other questions for you, sir.
Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that.
Thank you for calling
We're trying
in.
to have CNN go in a normal path, and we'll do that.
Well, I'm on a normal path right here, sir, and I appreciate your time.
Good.
And thank you for
are.
calling in.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much. We'll be
Do
right
you
back
know
after
how
this quick break.
groveling Jake Tapper has to be for Trump to give him accolades. Trump has shit-talked CNN nonstop for the past decade, like nonstop, no matter what CNN does or says. They're definitely talking on the back end, you know?
Iran has declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. Is that true, Mr. President?
It's open as far as we're concerned. Don't talk about it. Talk about the reason that you asked me to speak.
Okay. We appreciate your time, sir.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, for Trump to say that CNN is on a normal path means they're having back-end talks about the acquisition of the network. Same thing that happened with CBS, where there was direct collusion with the White House as they oversaw the acquisition, or like the Paramount acquisition with CBS. Obviously, it was about the lawsuit that Trump had filed against 60 Minutes, where they settled out of court because they wanted a favorable ruling from the Trump administration. They're definitely having back-end talks. Pro tips for journalists: if your interview subject says something, don't talk about something. That's the story. Dog, he's not a journalist. He will ever stay media. I really think I was cooking when I said the other day that I would prefer CNN and Fox and so on literally just be state media, so that way they're much easier to dismantle whenever the Trump regime inevitably gets replaced, you know? Over in Hungary, like Viktor Orban's state news network has been torn apart like months after Orban is out. But now over here, no Democrat is ever going to have the balls necessary to crush the private news corporations that essentially just act as like willful arms of capital. It's why I prefer Fox. They're at least honest in their bias. Yeah, genuinely. Like it is much less embarrassing to watch a person who is unambiguously on the president's team grovel than to see like the captured opposition do exactly the same. State media in Hungary was taken off the air. They'll never do the same for CNN and Fox News, even though they're just as pernicious. God, it'd be nice, though. The day Hungary's state media went off the air. Public media must not lie. We apologize for having done so for years. Public media is being transformed to ensure it's independent and trustworthy in the future. News broadcasting has been temporarily suspended. Please stay with us. God, that's based. Do you think Caitlin Collins will stay as CNN declines? She seems pretty genuine to me. She would be like pretty early on the chopping block, I feel. Caitlin Collins is really disliked by Trump. They've probably had one out for her for a while. She might go the same route as like Mehdi Hasan, or the many, many people who have been fired from CBS ever since Barry Weiss took over the network. That's just my opinion. It's not like I know her. I don't know that she's like principled. It's very possible that she's, you know, she's not. They're definitely getting ready for the acquisition, though. Look at this clip, dog. Just random.
But on the Jewish thing, because he is,
wrap it up real quick.
I was saying he is Jewish. He might be the Democrat that can thread the needle, because even though he's Jewish, he's very critical of the Israeli government, very critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. He has credibility on that issue. So it's possible that I think he could fill that lane in between the two extremes of the Democratic Party.
Ask Scott Wiener how that's working out for him.
Yeah, as a Jew, some people read a little more Jewish than other people, and John Ossoff may not read as Jewish as Josh Shapiro does, for whatever that's worth.
Just a funny bit. Awkward. Super fucking awkward, right? I don't hate John Ossoff as a 2028 candidate. He's pretty secure in his Senate in his Senate seat, I feel. I don't know. He's not like super progressive. Unironic Nazi shit. I mean, I still can't. Dana Bash has been getting a lot of backlash from that 15-minute interview that she did with Lander, where hold on.
Out as a way for Elijah and his brother to make some extra.
Sorry, I opened a live video accidentally from CNN. Where she interviewed Lander and basically just for 15 minutes would not fucking stop saying like, can you explain to me why you're a bad Jew? Can you explain to me why you call yourself a Zionist even though you've aligned yourself with Muslim, Islamic, jihadist anti-Semite Jew haters. Yeah, she literally accused him of being a capo. I couldn't believe it. Like, it was the most shameless. Nobody, again, like, it's remember, like, this is not meant to appeal to anyone. Super, super, super low viewership, even though it's a very sensational interview, and everyone in the comments just hates her. Nobody likes this. Nobody actually likes this. Have you seen a right-wing British politician was murdered in her home? It was the fentanyl. She had like 30 seconds about policy. The only 30 seconds on policy in this video were when Lander brought it up. She did not ask anything that was not some like veiled attempt at accusing him of aligning himself with he calling him a race traitor. That's what we need to stop with, like, the internalize this, internalize that, okay? It's one thing like accusing Candace Owens of being internally racist, which she's not, by the way. Candace Owens isn't racist against herself because she's a grifter. She's not holding any like deeply held internal bias. She's just a grifter. Like, she doesn't believe the shit that he says, you know? But she's accusing him of that. She's basically saying you're a race traitor. It's so fucking wild that, like, we have cloaked the Jewish identity in the West with so many veils of, like, insincere, like, coddling, I don't even know what you would call it, like deference or imagined, like privilege or something. I don't know, where you can basically just like have a conversation on CNN where a essentially agent of a foreign government is accusing Brad Lander, a recently elected U.S. rep, of being a race traitor over and over and over again. And it's just like, yeah, that's just watch this for 12 minutes, you know? It's crazy. Israel doesn't really have that much money, Drostrossi. I want people to be like, we always have to be careful when we talk about this because, again, like Dana Bash, like many people in who like speak Zionist causes in media, is pro-Israel in large part because she is racist. She is a Jewish supremacist. Schumer's a Jewish supremacist. A lot of them base their advocacy for Israel on a politically motivated endorsement of the system of apartheid and genocide that Israel represents. It is an in-group bias thing. I don't think this is a particularly edgy point. We would call it out for literally any other group. Like it's pretty straightforward, you know? But overwhelming, like the overwhelming like bulk of political power that Zionism fronts or represents is really just wrapped up in Republican capital. Like Democrats get in trouble for being Zionists now. It's a political disadvantage in many cases. Whereas Republicans, it's not, you know? The mask is slipping, and as the veil falls and it becomes increasingly clear that Zionism is just the chosen social issue of capital, it will be harder and harder for Democrats to defend it. Many of them still will, by the way, of course, because like they don't fucking care about you, but it will be harder for them to do it. A reminder? Oh, yeah. Smotrick, my son wants me to leave some Lebanon for him to destroy later. I told him, don't worry, there will be enough for everyone. It's it's crazy because, like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm not saying they did a very good job, but the Nazis at least fucking lied about the genocide. Like, it's again, it's just arrogance, right? Israel has been treated deferentially for decades, so their leaders think they can get away with anything. The Nazis knew that they didn't have a fucking international PR team, you know? Moderate Zionist, respectfully bipartisan. Exactly, exactly. And then they went and marched in a New York City parade. To be fair to them, so far they still are getting away with it. No, they're not going to get what they want. Greater Israel will never be built. The Third Temple types can get as crazy as they want. Like, they are never getting their hands on a significant chunk of Saudi Arabia and Egypt. They might destroy the world trying it, but they're not getting it. These people are not going to be happy. They're not going to win. It's just that their effort to win can still, like, destroy a significant portion of the world. So it's not great. They didn't lie about what the death squads were doing in Poland. The Nazis? No, I mean, sometimes. No, like the whole world knew what they were doing. It's not... By the time Germany was in Poland, it was pretty clear what the deal was. I guess the more refined version of that point is that, like, Nazi Germany understood that what it was doing internally and externally, right, like, it with regards to the war and also with the Holocaust, would be broadly unpopular. And for that reason, they had to engage in a lot of deliberate, like, obfuscation up till the point where it was kind of not possible anymore. Though even after the war began, they still had America First types in America who are arguing, like, against interventionism to defend our European allies. Israel, on the other hand, has been treated with kid gloves for decades and decades, so a lot of their leaders genuinely do not, like, feel a need to hide how obviously evil they are, even though they have all the motivation in the world to do so. Because the only reason they get away with this is because America keeps, like, a hand over them to shield them from the consequences of their being reviled internationally, you know? I thought stuff like the death camps were hidden until the Soviets invaded Germany, occupied Poland. It's complicated. I mean, it really depends. If you paid close attention, internally or externally, you kind of knew what the Holocaust was. To a large extent, people thought they were detention camps. Keep in mind, the Holocaust was the first time this had happened. There was no prior there was never an industrialized genocide before. Like, normally genocides took place before with just, like, straight up mass killings, or you would, like, displace a population, or you would subjugate them and drive them into more or less, like, ethnic extinction via slavery and, you know, public executions and so on. But there was, like, a different mode to it. The idea of gathering tons and tons of people into camps and then just killing them, like, essentially, I'm not to suggest there's ever a reason for genocide, but, like, the cold logic of the death camps was unique, and that's the reason why the Holocaust is remembered today as being, like, the genocide, you know? Because you've removed all of the factors of incentive and, like, immediate motivation, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not a war where you're trying to, like, win out over a group. You're not trying to occupy a region. You already had them in camps. You just decided to kill them, like, extra. You've systematized the process to the point where, like, foreign governments, like the Soviets, assumed a lot of those camps were basically just concentration camps. Remember, a concentration camp is basically just, like, a politically motivated detention camp. The idea that they were death camps was I mean, that was it was unexpected. Is the Gaza death lab different or similar to industrial genocide? No. What's happening in Gaza is not like what happened in the Holocaust. It is a genocide, without doubt, but, like, the Holocaust was pretty fucking unique. If anything, like, the genocide taking place the Palestinians is much more similar to, like, the genocides that colonial societies engaged in when they were taking over new territory. And, like, you encircle an area and then you subject the population to, like, increasingly harsh and rigorous laws of apartheid and exclusion, and you randomly kill people, and then just, like, over the course of years and decades, they just aren't there anymore. Not, like, literally everyone go in this box and then the gas chambers. The Rwandan genocide a classic genocide, or just mass killing with no strategy? I mean, I'd argue that to a large extent, genocides historically have kind of been just mass killings, but on a systemic level. Again, like, that's kind of the distinction between the Holocaust and a lot of other... Whatever the case may be. It's all bad. Witold Pilecki is the only known person to voluntarily infiltrate Auschwitz. How the fuck did he escape with his massive iron balls? Oh, he contained them in his forehead. What the fuck? This is the moral cognition is a subcategory of intellect, and this is the kind of brain you need to have to decide that it's morally good to infiltrate Auschwitz to get the word out. This is how much meat you need up here, how much gray matter you need firing on all cylinders in order to arrive at the conclusion that this is what you need to do to better the world. God bless him. He does look like his superpower is super speed. You're completely correct. Stalin executed him for it. Great. There's also many examples of concentration camp inmates killing guards, normally American soldiers machine gunning them. I'm not... Oh, you mean like when we liberated the camps? Yeah, the same thing happened during the Civil War, right? Where like at the beginning of the Civil War, the average Union soldier didn't really give a shit about slavery because they were racist. And then they went down to the South and saw what had been done to the slaves, and in many cases they had to be like withheld from slaughtering the slavers. Like there were many documented instances of Union soldiers basically having to be like restrained or discouraged from just slaughtering the whites in the South after finding out how bad the slaves were treated. Because the Union racists, because they're all racist back then, right? The Union soldiers were like, oh yeah, well they're black, so they're like not like us or whatever. I don't know, I guess I don't get making a big deal about it. And then you go down there and you see what the Confederates were doing, and they were like, we should feed every white in the South into a goddamn mulcher. We should have let them do what they wanted. Same thing happened with the concentration camps, right? Like the average American back in the 40s was probably anti-Semitic. I don't know. I assume so. They were probably everything back then. And then you see the death camps and you're like, damn, we gotta do something about these people. How do we get on this subject? Oh, right, Israel came up. So obviously the topic immediately turns to their ideological predecessors, the Nazis. This was covered in Band of Brothers. I actually haven't watched Band of Brothers. I really should. I need to like... There are so many classics that I need to get into. It's pretty good. Is it like... It's not... It's a mini-series, right? It's not like 5... I'm tired of prestige television. I'm so fucking tired of like, oh, you want like cinema? Here's 10 hours a season. I'm fucking tired of it. I don't want to watch Succession. I don't want to watch... It's too long. It's too long. It's just 10 episodes? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't need 50-hour-long episodes. God bless The Sopranos, but what they did to television, I swear to God. Well, anyway. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, we were talking about CNN. CNN, Jake Tapper completely cucks itself to Trump, Nazi, Israel, Ellison, Zionist regime, etc., etc. Find a title in the dirt. Stream of consciousness. My grandfather gave me the Band of Brothers DVD box set, could mail it to you. I appreciate that, but you can't possibly believe that's the way that I would choose to consume a piece of media, right? Do these people actually mean any of it? I don't know. You're talking to yourself right now. What do you mean these people? What do you mean any of it? I don't know what you're talking about. No CDs? No, I mean getting mailed a fucking old box set from a fan. That's what I mean. I don't mean watching shit off CDs or whatever. I mean fucking... Also, no, I'm not going to use CDs. I would just have the files on like a hard drive or something. You should watch The Wire. It's prestige TV. It's too long. With the time it would take me to watch The Wire, I could legitimately watch like 30 old movies. Oh yeah, sorry, I would never engage in piracy. Vaja's attention span can't take that. Okay, actually, I'm going to lose my shit. It's not about attention span. It's that I have a finite amount of time in my life. It's not attention span. My attention span's fine. I can sit down and watch long-ass series. It's that it's a big ask to be like, here's 50 hours of a show. Everything's too long these days. The movies are too long. Prestige TV has gone way the fuck overboard. Like, no one edits. No one edits anymore, you know? No one's like, oh, here's like the point we want to make. Let's try to distill this, you know? Imagine reading a novel would take forever. No, you can read like a 350-page novel in like 12 hours if you lock in. And also, I'm really sorry, you're going to get more from reading the novel than you will watching a TV series. Of equivalent value, you will get more from the novel than the TV series. Also, at least reading is an active act. You have to consciously process the words on the page. So there's like a natural pace to the way in which you engage with it. The pacing is determined in large part by how you engage with the text. But for a TV series where they need a fucking editor, you're just sitting there, man. The like third scene that serves the same purpose because they got a lot of social media attention the last time this scene popped up. Oh, here's a wacky character we haven't reincorporated in a while. Fuck off, dude. Make movies 90 minutes long. Make TV series, make mini series again. Tell me a show that came out in the last 5 years that you think is prestige TV that's longer than 10 episodes a season with more than 3 seasons. Wait, what are you talking about? That's way too many requirements. What are you referring to? It is true sound mixing is a lost art. What about A Song of Ice and Fire? Each book's 1,000 pages long. Literally, what the fuck are you talking about? What are we talking about right now? Do we really not agree that prestige TV goes on too long and could use an editor? Do we really not believe that? Are we actually arguing this? Like, Jesus, I love Pluribus like everyone else, but like, yeah, you know, I feel like sometimes a lot of these positions are retread. There were a lot of scenes in Pluribus, and by scene, I don't mean 30 seconds. I mean like 10-minute long events, chains of scenes together that probably could have been lost in the editing room. For sure. I understand why they cut it when they did. I understand, but there's so many like fucked up, even for a genius like Vince Gilligan, there are so many like back-end problems. Like, how was it that he was able to put out a season per year of Breaking Bad, but then somehow Pluribus needs like 2 years in between each season? It's pardon me for doing the Omnis segment or whatever. Like, it's true though. It's true. I've seen so many people saying that part of the art is enjoying long scenes of nothing. I just don't get it. Yeah, but like a good example of that, Blade Runner. Blade Runner is a great example of a piece of media that has long, like lingering scenes that don't necessarily serve like a plot purpose, but are meant to immerse you. They give you a feeling, and it's great. It's Kino, right? Of course, Blade Runner is like 2 hours long, and Pluribus was fucking 10 hours long, so... Are we contrarian posting? No! The idea that fucking shit's gotten too long and we've lost the art of editing? No, that's not contrarian posting. It's the opinion of every midwit letterboxd reviewer on Earth. You people are just so... You're in your head, you're just like, man, I wish they were still making Bluey. I wish that the Owl House was 11 seasons long. You fucking troglodytes just want to be immersed in the comfort media of your choice and wish nothing ever got canceled. So to me, you're contrarian. But to you, I'm contrarian. I'm sorry. I'm getting mad. Getting a little mad. It's fine. Have you seen Severance? It suffers from a similar problem. Give me a subscription right now. Give me your fucking lunch money. Give me your fucking lunch money right now. Want to wager on how long it is till Vosh says the problem is short-form content? Hey, do you think it might be possible that we're getting fucked at both ends? Like maybe having 8-year-olds scrolling through YouTube shorts on their phone and getting like 2-second flashes of short-form videos might be a separate problem to we've lost the art of editing in movies and prestige television? Long shows are for second screen. That's not good for you. Go back to The Wire. It takes on dozens of issues. It does a very good job of all of them. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Why is everyone like this? Why is everyone like this? You're going to like The Wire. It takes on issues. Oh, it takes on issues, does it? Well, there's my fucking concern settled. Good to know it takes on issues. It's well written. Thanks. Wow. Great. Oh, but did you hear it takes on issues? Well, watch Andor. Watch Andor. Watch God. Fuck, man. Like, I pick out the fucking shows that I watch for the social commentary. The Wire does not fit this bill, my guy. It's a 23-year-old show. What the fuck does that have to do with... The Sopranos is older than 23 years old, and it also desperately needed a fucking... The problem is that Sopranos, at the end of the day, is basically just prestige sitcom television. Like, you don't need to watch every episode. You just pop it on TV, and there it is, you know? The problem is that, like... many TV shows back then, you didn't watch them all in order. You pop it on, it's like, oh, here's what's happening. Here's your favorite characters doing shit. But now people have taken the length of the Sopranos and applied it to serialized television, where every episode is this developing plot that you have to follow to make sense of it. So you now, it's not like, oh, here's an episode of the Sopranos. Boom, boom, woke up this morning. Now it's like, no. You need to watch all 10 hours per season, 5 seasons to get the whole plot or whatever. And it's like, no, it's not like Succession. It has like a serialized plot. You need to follow it episode by episode to follow what the fuck is going on. And a lot of it is just the same scene over and over again. Oh, here's the characters interacting. That's great. What purpose does this serve for the narrative? Do you think 12 Angry Men would have been better if it had been 8 hours long and you could have seen like a bunch of disconnected shots of all the different jurors like having separate conversations? Oh, look, I love this scene at hour 3, minute 47, second 7, where juror number 2 and juror number 11 have a conversation for 15 minutes. Does it serve the narrative? Nah, but you get to see cool interactions between the characters. Read fan fiction! That's what it's for! Yeah, but 12 Angry Men takes on issues. Unironically, that's how you motherfuckers would be talking about 12 Angry Men if it came out today. I'd be like, I haven't seen it. I deal with enough angry men in my day-to-day life. And then people in chat are going to be like, dude, it literally talks about issues. It's literally like a leftist film. I watched a YouTube video essay that talks about how, if you actually like watch it, it talks about how like the criminal justice system is unfair to ethnic minorities. It talks about issues. I'm sorry, we're really making like an effigy out of that one chatter. It's just I can't stand it when people recommend media because it's progressive. I don't fucking care. If the fascists made good media, I'd watch it, okay? The closest thing we have to modern chud slop is probably Smiling Friends, and even then, just barely, you know? And it's good. I'll watch that shit. Does it take on issues? Fuck no, it doesn't. In fairness, it takes on issues as how many of us promote Disco Elysium. Yeah, and it genuinely, the developers probably hate you for it. I guarantee you that the developers of Disco Elysium would cringe, every time they see people be like, oh, Disco Elysium's good. Did you know it's like totally epic communist? Soviet anthem, ear rape, bass boosting. Well, Vosh, wouldn't shows come off as stiff if every scene had to be relevant to the plot? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. You're the reason why they fired all the editors. Fuck. I'm gonna read this out loud again, just so everyone can hate you and blame you for why movies are getting worse. Well, Vosh, wouldn't shows come off as stiff if every scene had to be relevant to the plot and didn't allow for normal human behavior? No! I'm sorry, that might have been, like, really rude to my neighbors. But, like, that's how I feel about it. You're not watching reality. You're watching a cultivated piece of art that's meant to communicate with you. No, not every character needs to be buffered with a bunch of... God, help me. It's where everyone needs everything over-explained. Did you guys see the drama on... Did you guys see the drama? With the maker of... It's like some kid's show, like the Ladybug Girl or whatever. Mrs. Ladybug. And the creator was being asked questions by fans, and the fans were like, when is this character's birthday? And the creator was like, she's not real. She doesn't have one. You can make up whatever birthday you want. And people were losing their fucking mind at him. We need to fill out the wiki. It's actually vital to the character that we have everyone's blood type or whatever. How old were these fans? Well, like you guys, probably 12, I imagine. I should probably close my door. That was probably way the fuck too loud for the neighbors. Hope nobody, like, knocks on my door over this. Yeah, that shit bothers me too, but runtime isn't what causes that. Bad writers and actors and directors are. No, I disagree. The idea, no. The runtime, they are filling it out to the runtime because it is easier. It is easier to write. It is easier to make art if you and the audience all expect that the art will contain a bunch of inane bullshit. Editing is good. It is the quality of a piece of media is divided by the length of time that it takes for you to consume it. Your brain does not remember every moment of you consuming a piece of media. Like, that's just not how brains work. You remember the Kino shit. You remember the shit that made you feel. If you have to trudge through 30 minutes of nothing in order to get to the shit you remember, that's bad. If you could create an artistic experience that carved out the good parts and somehow communicated them just as effectively but in less time, that is better. It is a better piece of media. The problem is that people then mistake this as, like, an advocacy for, like, short form bullshit or whatever, or like, oh, you don't need that slow like panning shot of the wind crested plains or whatever. Yes, you fucking do. Quiet, slow moments support the big moments, but that doesn't mean that all quiet, slow moments or all unnecessary moments support the big moments. You need to, this is what editing is for. Mark Twain once said, if I'd been given more time, I would have written something shorter. Yeah, and he was fucking cooking with that one. Yeah. It is fucked up that I feel like a lot of people watch, like, it actually makes me really upset that a lot of people watching right now probably don't understand what I'm saying. So they think right now that I'm like, there's a bunch of people with contradictory opinions of me right now who are watching this who probably think like I think all slow moments should be cut out, which I don't think that. And then other ones who think that like I think all slow moments are equal or something. Like, people just don't understand the point, I guess. I'm mad. Guaranteed chat's never seen a single Kubrick movie. True. Modern example of media with good editing. Bluey, fuck off. What the fuck do you mean, modern example of media with good editing? Do you think Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul was too slow? I might get flack for this. I think the problem was evident in Better Call Saul. I think Breaking Bad was paced a lot better for the most part. I think that the high points of Better Call Saul are pretty equal to the high points of Breaking Bad, but I think that Breaking Bad, on average, was paced better, and I think that's because Breaking Bad was cutthroat. That was before Gilligan had really proven himself, but by the time he went on to work for Better Call Saul, he's been given a lot more creative leeway, and creative leeway oftentimes is like the death of editing. Because now, like, you now take the audience retention for granted because you're famous, right? Like, you know people will sit down and watch it and respect what you make. Like, look, seriously, watch an episode of Breaking Bad and then an episode of Better Call Saul and then an episode of Pluribus, and you'll see what I mean. Vince Gilligan knows that people will sit down and watch what he puts out, which means that he no longer has to make, like, tough decisions about, like, okay, well, you know, the retention here, or like this part maybe doesn't contribute fully to the idea or whatever, da-da-da-da-da, you know? It's still very good. Like, the high points of Pluribus are excellent. But it's a lot more masturbatory in a way that Breaking Bad wasn't, at least not in the first seasons. You got to trim the fat. You do have to trim the fat, yeah. Do you think Oppenheimer justified its 3-hour runtime? Yes. Yeah, Oppenheimer's length was fine. There was nothing wrong with Oppenheimer's length. Actually, I think Barbie was longer than it needed to be. Oppenheimer was fine with its length. Barbie wasn't. Barbie could have been cut down by, like, at least 15 minutes, I think. Just an immediate comparison, you know? Barbie's just under 2 hours. Yeah, it should have been 90 minutes. So many industry professionals here. What if every second of the bloat is peak writing? You're the nature of your question betrays your ignorance of the subject. I'm sorry. Bloat and peak writing are mutually exclusive. The fact that you'd use these two terms in concert to refer to the same theoretical chunk of media means that you don't, like, it's not clicking. Then it wouldn't be bloat. Wrong. You don't understand either. Bloat can be extremely well written. Ah, this is the problem. This is the problem. You don't understand. Bloat can be well written. You think that something isn't bloat because it's well written? It's fucked up. We're arguing semantics. It's not semantics. It's like fundamentally the problem. Can you give an example of well-written bloat? Literally, like, 50% of Pluribus. Literally, like, half of Pluribus. It's a perfect example. Pluribus is super fucking bloated, but all of it is Kino. Would you argue against the bloat in spite of its well-writtenness? Absolutely. 100. Bloat is still bad. Yeah, absolutely. Can you admit the Darien Gap episode was peak? The Darien Gap episode was great. Honestly, like there was basically no, I forget his name. There was basically no bloat with that guy. The other guy, what's his name? Who came up? There was like no bloat with that guy. It was all with the lady. Sorry, no names. You know how I am. Bloat can be well written, but if it's bloat, it's not good writing in the context of the artwork as a whole. Am I getting this right? Yeah, in my opinion. I think that like the truly great pieces of art, keep in mind we're comparing between upper bounds right now. Like, but if the problem that you're having with your movie or TV series or whatever is that there's a lot of high quality bloat, you're dealing with a good problem. Because most of the time it's bad bloat. If you have good bloat, then that's a good problem to have. Pluribus has good bloat. That's a good problem to have. Vince Gilligan's a really good writer, right? A lot of the people who work with him are very good at what they do. It's a good problem to have. However, truly great pieces of art, you have to make the decision to cut Kino too. Sometimes cutting Kino, yeah, it's the difference between like a 9 out of 10 and a 10 out of 10. It's like you have to leave really amazing shit on the cutting room floor. It's very tough. It's very tough. You know, sometimes stuff is really, really good, and you have to cut it anyway because it better serves the greater narrative, the greater point you're making. Where do Tarantino films fit in all this? I don't know. There's a lot of Tarantino films. Which one? How do you feel about the Amazing Digital Circus's overall runtime? Fucking kill me, dog. I don't know why I talk about this shit with anyone. I need to just like find some fucking letterbox group or whatever and just let my opinions out there. TADC was almost too slim. There are a lot of writing problems with TADC, okay? TADC is like a solid 6.5 out of 10, and a lot of that is because there's a lot of creativity in the presentation of the show. The narrative itself is unimpressive. 6.7 out of 10. And that's good. That's good. Thanks, Puzzler22. Pretty sure Avatar The Last Airbender had a bunch of Kino bloat. Actually, no. Avatar The Last Airbender is famous for not really having bloat. There are only a couple of true filler episodes, and they're pretty much all in the first season. That's the reason why it's still so beloved today. By the way, it's the reason why The Last Airbender will always be held in greater regard than a bunch of the series that it inspired. Like, say, just Steven Universe. It's because they ran it lean. You remember The Last Airbender not just as good episodes, but as an extremely cohesive, like, set of arcs. It takes a lot of what's good about good writing, like book writing, you know? In that you remember it not just as a collection of good moments, like people do with Steven Universe, but rather as like like it's the kind of thing where you wouldn't want to rewatch one episode. You would want to go back and watch the whole thing because it all ties in so well. This is a problem that a lot of like stuff that's been inspired by The Last Airbender has had, because they both take ATLA as an inspiration, but also anime. Anime is a big inspiration, and anime has filler episodes. There's also a lot of like logistical demand for filler episodes because people get burnt out on like constant like high-end plot pacing. Like to use a good example with Steven Universe in particular, there's such a massive difference between like the episodes where they advance the plot and the episodes where they don't. And the episodes where they don't aren't bad. There are lots of really good episodes in Steven Universe that don't advance the plot. You just get like cute character moments. A lot of them are really good, but they don't advance the plot. And you know when you're in a plot episode. The problem is that with really good writing, these two things would be interwoven, so it doesn't feel like there's a clean break between these episodes. You don't like start an episode and go like, oh, they cut the intro short. Homeworld was mentioned the first 30 seconds. It's going to be a plot episode. Instead, you get like a synchronous interweaving. ATLA was unique because every episode had stuff that was like the best of the filler slice of life episodes and the best of the plot development, you know? Gravity Falls is a good example of this. Gravity Falls does a pretty good job with this, yeah. Gravity Falls does a pretty good job of interweaving the two, at least in the second season, I would say. Do you think Jujutsu Kaisen suffers in the opposite direction, could use more downtime? Oh, for sure. Jujutsu Kaisen had like 2 episodes that were filler, and the rest of it is just breathlessly paced, like world-ending plot shit. JJK really could have benefited from slowing things down, but that doesn't mean adding more filler episodes. It doesn't mean like, oh, between this arc and this arc, there should have been 4 episodes that was like full of bullshit or whatever. You have to weave. You have to weave stuff together. You have to weave. You know? What about One Piece? One Piece has like the worst pacing in the universe. I don't want to... No, it's fine. It's... Do you mean the anime or the... Listen, okay? One Piece is washed. Shut up. Steven Universe was bloat, but Steven Universe Future was Kino. Steven Universe Future was much, much, much better with interweaving. Actually, Steven Universe Future is a phenomenal example because every episode had like low-stakes character development, non-plot stuff, but it all built towards the central thesis of the central like conceit of that show and the ultimate conflict, which was Steven Universe having a Shinji Ikari moment. Like that was the whole point of it. So everything built up to it, and you feel this like sense of dread going through it. Yeah, no, I don't know. There's a lot. Good writing is tough. I just can't stand it when people don't have like a good idea of how to. I don't know. Jogo did not have to give Yuji 10 fingers in Shibuya. No, I think that was good. That was fine. Why skip the... We don't need like 20 seasons of Yuji eating a finger every like 50 episodes or whatever. Fuck that. That was fine. I think that... Okay, big 2 things I would have changed about Shibuya arc. Big 2 things I would have changed. Okay? Really 2 big things. For one, the fight with the body horror twink went on way the fuck too long. Part of that, probably the part of it, okay, post-transformation was ass, and they seriously should have cut down by like 50% the fighting in the metro. That shit went on way too long. It was genuinely like 40 fucking minutes of the same point getting reiterated over and over and over and over again. Oh, he sees this guy die, tragedy. Like, we fucking get it. It went on way too long. Mahito, yeah. Second, and this is a big one, I think that Yuji and maybe his compatriots should have been separate from the main Shibuya plot buildup for longer. I think that, and you could contrive this in a bunch of different ways. There's a bunch of different ways that you could write this. There should have been some slow build up to the Shibuya incident where they were civilians first and only got involved later. I thought it was a huge waste of potential that you're setting this gigantic conflict in one of the most populous areas like on Earth, like the Shibuya district on Halloween. This is like a 500 people per square foot kind of deal here. Like there are so many people, but the only scenes you get that involve civilians are 1, like Gojo flashbanging everyone, and 2, like confused shots up top with people like freaking out and getting murked by invisible monsters. There should have been, I feel like there should have been a lot more interplay there with like you could have like multiple episodes in like this slow dreadful buildup where you feel like things are about to go down here but you don't know exactly what's going to go down, and people are sent to like watch the Shibuya district, so you have Yuji and his friends hanging out, and you have like low stakes plot shenanigans taking place that slowly build up, and then there's like an event or an attack or something, they get involved, but then you realize like, oh, that's not a random attack, this is part of the incident, and then it builds to it. It's really, really problematic writing wise when every single time you see the main characters, they're fighting for their life in like a fucking like insane top end, like incredibly high level conflict or whatever. Like you need fucking build up. But for Yuji, there's no fucking break, man. Every time there's a break, the camera cuts away. Wouldn't it have been more interesting to see that like slow, dreadful buildup? It would have like better mirrored the feelings of the civilians on the scene too. They're all out there for fucking Halloween, and then like 500 billion people. I feel like this is turning the Shibuya incident to a generic slice of life turn chaos arc. You genuinely need to shut down the stream and go outside. Generic slice of life turns chaos arc? What the fuck are you talking about? You need to stop. Let's move on. I respect your views on this. Can we move on, save this for the end of the show? 50th reminder, 500th reminder over the course of this channel that everything I'm doing right now is more political than covering the news. Yeah, the Iran art is bloat. Talk about, like, redundant storyline, huh? Oh, wow, is the Strait open or closed? Find out next week. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the Strait was closed, maybe? I don't know. You gonna comment on the DSA drama? You mean like the AOC thing vote? I don't really know the details about it. All I know is that Cassie Pritchard won't shut the fuck up about it. What's going on with that? What's happening? It's like the right DSA versus the left DSA on whether or not they should have a one member, one vote thing. What are they on about? Are there any DSA members in chat who want to fill me in on this? I believe Vosh's rant's just a preference and a mistaken understanding how good writing gives a good editor less work they need to do. Oh my fucking... A good writing gives a good editor less work they need to do? It gives them more work! Oh, fuck. I can't... Don't drag me back in like that. Are you That's such a bad opinion to have. That's such a bad opinion. You can't be doing this to me. The discourse is over a non-binding poll asking members if they support AOC. It's kind of inscrutable to outsiders because it's a proxy battle. DSA National Political Committee is behaving anti-democratically right now. They removed a one-member, one-vote poll on endorsing AOC because the DSA left knew that it would be resoundingly popular. They kicked it to convention, which is like the DSA Electoral College in 2027, which is insanely late. That's pretty funny. So, I mean, the DSA left, from my understanding, is and always has been pretty insufferable, for the same reasons that, like, non-electoral leftists on Twitter typically have a bad understanding of the system that they're meant to be, like, playing off of here. Are they... At our convention last year, we voted to pursue a presidential campaign with the Left Labor Coalition and attached that as a poll that's supposed to go out to the whole membership. The NPC voted not to send out the poll to everyone. Not entirely true, the previous comment. As someone who's worked on the sets and film, I do believe this, so we can disagree. You've worked on the sets and films? You're the reason it's... You caused this! You're patient zero. Fuck! Seriously, what's going on with the DSA? DSA's National Political Committee voted out an all-member poll and presidential endorsement, routing the decision through chapter deliberation, potentially delaying it to the... Isn't this literally how the CIA is, like, tries to destroy left organizing by pitching everything to committee? Isn't this, like, literally the blueprint? Like, textbook? Just everything has to be deliberated, everything has to be debated. Never just get through something or directly decide on it. Everything has to be, like, masturbated over. That was a very inaccurate portrait. The DSA left is hostile to AOC, but instead of a national poll, they're kicking it to chapter polls that might disenfranchise less active members, but the decision to endorse or wait for the convention hasn't been decided. Can't we just do, like, one member, one vote? Head of NYC DSA is pissed. What? Over this? This is a different thing. Oh, no, wait, that's a different link. Sorry. DSA's national leadership, the NPC, just voted to overturn our convention, took away rank and file's member to vote at an all-member poll and presidential endorsement. The NPC is taking our members' rights away, while the NYC DSA members send them $2 million per year in dues. Oh, man. Organizing, huh? Woo! drama. I mean, it's pretty important. The DSA is literally like right now the light of American democracy. They do touch on this in Disco Elysium. That is true. Gustavo's lying. Good to see the dramas taking place here in my chat as well. The co-authors of the resolution containing a national poll say there was no requirement to do it. Okay. So what's the problem with one member, one vote? Exactly? The right wants an all-member poll online. The left wants a bigger debate in the question. There isn't a serious opposition to endorsing AOC. Why involve the debate? None other than it would disempower ultra-leftists. Yeah, who want to go up on stage and ramble, because that's all they fucking do. They just want to talk and have people listen to them. The whole point of being like left DSA is forcing people to listen to you and then being ignored. That's the whole point. Why not just put it to a damn vote and move on? Is that their fetish, being listened to and then ignored? I mean, that's the fetish of every leftist. It's just like to varying extents. You know, these guys are the leftists. I consider myself a leftist. But like, holy shit, they hold up the debates. My contention with one member, one vote is that it makes deliberation extremely low quality. These sorts of important decisions should be made in moderated spaces where everyone's forced to be respectful and reasonable instead of Hitler.com. But like, hold on. Moderated forums aren't respectful and reasonable at all. They're masturbatory. The idea that like imposing an art, you're doing like the Dem argument. The idea that like imposing an environment of civility on the discussion improves the quality of the discourse. I disagree. I think that democracy is messy and you have to like hit people with a stick, you know? I know a lot of like DSA left people seem like morally opposed to the project of politics, like convincing people, vote whipping, you know? It's circle jerky. It's like, what's wrong with vote whipping? Isn't that the point? Isn't that democracy? It's supposed to be a democracy. I mean, they're mostly vanguardists and tankies. Well, they're also ultras, so what's the difference between left and right DSA? Left DSA is more broadly anti-electoral, and right DSA thinks that God Empress AOC can lead us to the promised land. That's a bit of a mistake. It's a bit of a mischaracterization. That's an extreme mischaracterization, but I'm saying it anyway. Like, this is exactly what I mean. Look at this. No one's reading this shit. I'm not reading it. Good Lord. Vosh embodying the illiteracy right now? No. I disagree with this for the same reason I disagree with forcing people to say yes to EULAs, right? Like terms and service agreements or whatever. I think that you should make arguments for or against the thing, and then you should vote on it. The problem is that if technocratic organizations are allowed to turn like this, everything turns into like Discord moderator stewardship, where like popular issues get reduced into the discourse between the most online people imaginable who have nothing better to do with their time than argue. Like stuff that would otherwise be settled very quickly and efficiently ends up getting relegated to nonstop discourse between people who have no lives and who genuinely just want to waste everyone's time because they want their tiny little micro niche arguments to be heard because it validates them. They're the same type of people who email me and they send me like 80-page manifestos and they're like, "Hey Vosh, I developed like a new theory of politics. Can you read this and let me know what you think?" You're describing democracy? No, I'm describing the death of democracy. Democracy is a public project. What I'm describing right now is a masturbatory like internet forum argument between a subset of the population that enjoys arguing more than they enjoy outcomes. That's not democracy. Having to keep up with this on top of your DSA working group and local chapter obligations and everything else going on in your life is unfortunately a burden that comes with being a member, because if you don't show up or weigh in on the national level stuff, you see the territory, which is why making everything overly complicated is anti-democratic, because it forces out the people who might have good opinions but who don't have the fucking time to spend 80 hours every week, like, following the incredibly niche, microscopic details of the discourse, you know? Like, this isn't politics as far as I'm concerned. The fucked up thing is a lot of this shit's probably true. It just doesn't matter. Ugh. It is complicated. No one's making it overly complicated. You really don't think anyone involved here from the DSA left is making things overly complicated? There's a concern AOC might not uphold the DSA program. Yeah, but shouldn't that be settled in the vote? As a full-time worker, it feels like some of my DSA comrades are unemployed and have a lot more time to focus on the stuff than I. Yeah, and that's bad. That eventually leads to the org being, like, disproportionately controlled by the biggest no-lifers. This like destroys political causes. In conclusion, asynchronous voting is not democracy. It is a hollowed-out imitation in the tradition of the bourgeois liberal democracy, a system that cannot verify voters, does not foster deliberation, empowers the well-connected over the many, produces symbolic accountability, fails to develop organizers, and They have... Look at this, man! This is over arguing whether they should hold a vote. Do you have any idea how many people you alienate just by framing your arguments this way? They're jerking off as they write this. They type this one-handed. I think it's better to move quickly and be right like 90% of the time than it is to hold everything up, be right 100% of the time, but it doesn't matter because you never actually made a decision anyway. Sorry, these are probably good people. It's just like I've experienced so many people like this, and it's genuinely exhausting. Where was the... DSA's NPC votes against all-member polling, raising the question, what does democracy look like? I remember organizing with these types of people, great folks, but never doing that again. On Sunday, the DSA's leading body, the National Political Committee, voted against a proposal to send out a non-binding all-member poll. Like, why vote against a non-binding poll? Is it really that bad? Is it really that bad to at least collect the data on what people want? To gauge whether the organization's membership supports pursuing a national endorsement in the upcoming presidential election. It really feels like the only reason you would prevent a non-binding poll from being sent out is if you want to ignore the reality that most people in the DSA are in favor of supporting AOC. Like, they don't want to expose the fact that their position is unpopular. So instead, everything has to go through like a year of deliberation before we eventually reach the same conclusion anyway. A question that in practice revolves around endorsing the insurgent Democratic Congresswoman, DSA member, and 2028 hopeful AOC. Instead, the MPC approved a proposal centered on chapter-level voting that will require additional deliberation before an organizational decision's made. DSA staff member Michael Grichowski remarked that they have, quote, never seen this many members registered for an NPC meeting to observe Sunday's meeting, a measure of how central the endorsement question is to organization's political life. Ultimately, the result was a vote to postpone the question, potentially until the August 2027 convention, really, more than a year out. Oh yeah, no, we'll send out a non-binding member poll on whether or not people are interested in supporting AOC. Let's do it after AOC could potentially start a race. Jesus Christ. Many critics have noted such delay could cost precious time to mobilize mass energy around AOC's anticipated presidential run, and that the organization must be prepared ahead of time to endorse her as soon as her campaign formally begins. The poll would likely lead to a strong majority for AOC, which may be exactly why certain elements in the MPC who are opposed to endorsing her also oppose the poll. So this is literally anti-democratic. You all realize that, right? The refusal to solicit people's opinions in a non-binding poll means you don't want to hear it's like how the Democratic Party didn't do polling on whether or not people's positions on Gaza kept them from voting for Kamala Harris. They understand that the public opinion will make them look really bad, so they don't even want to solicit the public opinion. This is the makeup of the NPC, by the way. The left DSA is dominant, which explains why they don't want to allow members to vote. Yep. The committee is made up of 27 members, and half the slots are reserved for women. How progressive. They probably resent the fact that the organization's been flooded with a bunch of right DSA. We're going to end up with a Vanguard Party situation again. What would your opinion on this be? An endorsement of AOC? I don't even like AOC, but blocking a non-binding poll until 2027 is psychotic. It's anti-democratic. It does nothing but foster resentment and hold up the organization and disenfranchise the vast majority of the people in the party, because the left DSA just doesn't want to be reminded that they have a glut of new right DSA members who came in following their success with Mamdani. Like, obviously, people who join DSA after Mamdani's election are going to be largely right DSA because they just saw an example of political participation in the electoral process being hugely effective. They did not block a poll. They blocked a poll being sent by email. Instead, the poll will be administered by chapters. Why? It's non-binding. They're just soliciting opinions. Also, they're potentially blocking it till after an August 2027 convention discussion. That's blocking the poll. Unless I'm misunderstanding this, are you saying that, like, it's known that they would send out the poll within, like, a couple of weeks or months or something? Like, what if it's potentially delayed until August 2027? It seems like that discussion is just not going to be had in time. What could have been an opportunity to involve mass membership and take a proactive, prepared approach to what could have been the most important race in DSA's history instead resulted in widespread membership frustration with the organization's ability to adequately meet the 2028 moment. No, the convention will be for endorsement. The polls will happen beforehand. They want to make the decision to endorse at convention. Well, that might be too late. August 2027 is going to be after campaigning kicks off, for one. And for two, like, when will the poll be sent out then? Historically, presidential candidates have declared their candidacy at the beginning of the year prior to the election. This means that if AOC were to declare her candidacy in January or February of 2027 and DSA were to wait until the convention, there would be at least 6 months between the commencement of her campaign and DSA's formal involvement. Such a gap may result in the introduction of opportunistic political actors to guide the affairs of her campaign in less than desirable directions from the perspective of organized socialism, isolating DSA from political moment. It's obviously a strategic mistake to wait until August 2027 for the endorsement. If they endorse, which they probably will. You think DSA endorses AOC over Ro Khanna? Yeah, I mean, AOC is like a member, or at least heavily associated. This will also slow down any endorsement outside of her too. Like, I do not think there's any real reason for blocking the non-binding poll except ignoring the writing on the wall that the right DSA is the overwhelming majority in this case. Caucuses like Bread and Roses also voted with the left because, unfortunately, the right-wing caucuses are just as obnoxious as the left. They went crazy over this vote. But what's wrong with just having the vote? Like, what's the argument against the vote? Okay, sorry. I know we just ignored a bunch of arguments against the vote, but I think that the format with which these arguments have been presented is evidence to the point that the vote should be held. I think this is a kind of tedious, like, death by deliberation style approach to internal politics that proves the point that the only real reason you would want to block the poll is because you want your intellectual masturbation to take political priority and get social accolades over the reality that most of the people in the DSA would support the endorsement of AOC. Spiritually Israeli. Okay, hold on. A reminder of how the DSA right is being shitheads. What do you mean? The DSA right? AOC got a higher percentage of the vote in her primary than this year's DSA endorsement vote. How is this the DSA right being shitheads? Over 1,000 DSA members have signed on to tell the MPC they want a voice in how and who DSA endorses for president in 2028. I'm not a DSA member, but I co-sign. So did the DSA right see AOC as a god empress? Listen, we're not talking about her endorsement right now. We're talking about an internal poll that would be used to see how many people inside the DSA support AOC. It's non-binding. It's not an endorsement. The only reason, like, polling data is really, really, really important for longitudinal reasons, if nothing else. You want to see if people's opinions change over time. Like, it might be useful information if right now, like, 85% of DSA supports her, but like 6 months from now, 75% supports. That's important information. It's a non-binding poll. It should be held. I don't care if it's held over email asynchronously. Like, that does not, it's anyone who's a member of the DSA, as far as I'm concerned, is qualified to share their opinion here. Like, this is exactly what I mean, okay? So I'm going to assume a left DSA member right here who's saying that the reason they don't want to hold that poll is because they don't like AOC. It's fine to not like AOC. I don't like AOC, but blocking the fucking non-binding poll is not how you do that. Like, you're not arguing against the endorsement of AOC. If you were just arguing that, you would simply vote no on the poll that gets sent out. You're trying to argue nobody else should get to say what their opinion is. This is DNC shit. It's the same. It's how you subvert a democratic movement by subjecting it to the whims of an insular technocratic elite who think they know better. It's Vanguard shit. But a lot of these people like Vanguard shit. The claim that asynchronous voting is more democratic or more representative fails under scrutiny. In practice, asynchronous voting empowers those with access to resources at the expense of those without. Under asynchronous voting, the number of online voters could be 2 or 3 times the number of meeting attendees. This is literally self-contradictory. The idea that asynchronous voting allows more people to participate is the opposite of arguing that asynchronous voting benefits the people with more resources. Winning requires aggressive vote whipping by political insiders, text calls, and messages reaching isolated members. This is as opposed to a fucking year-and-a-half postponed Democratic forum where only the people who show up and deliberate get their voices heard. They're literally against vote whipping. They're just against democracy. How they think this is a good argument? This is what I mean. If I hone in on one point and this one point is insane, I'm not going to take the whole document seriously. Intellectual masturbation. The idea that it is more populist to not hold a non-binding poll but delay a year-and-a-half and subject everyone to hours and hours and hours of in-person deliberation, and this somehow involves more people and is more democratic than just letting people do a non-binding poll? Ridiculous. As Francis R. puts it in The Call, fuck off. They're afraid of right DSA vote whipping. Dog, the right DSA wouldn't even have to whip votes. They're already in the majority. On this issue, people will support AOC. That is where the numbers are going to go. The reason they're holding is because they know they're going to lose. Milo 808, what the fuck are you talking about? The biggest red flag for me is that any one of these positions, when they signal they feel they know what's best for people in the org better than the people do, it's all over shit like this. The dripping, arrogant contempt of somebody who thinks that they're smarter than the people who disagree with them. Now look, there's nothing wrong with thinking you're smarter than people who you disagree with. I think that all the time. But if you're trying to hold up a non-binding poll, hold up just a show of support, oh, no. You're not ready to tell the world how you feel about this issue. We need to wait a year-and-a-half to like really make our case. No. Vote whipping? That's anti-democratic. Yeah, no, you can feel the contempt, which is counter to the interests of this organization. Milo 808, watch me add. Watch me double it. Double it, give it to the next guy. Double it, give it to the same guy. The polls are still happening? Okay, but like, what? Chapter local? Why not a national poll? It would be a national race. AOC would be a national candidate if she ran for president. Why not just do an email poll? It's just chapter polls that won't take till 2027. Yeah, but they're still holding it up. Why chapter polling? Why not just do a national poll? Trying to claim election security issues, literally GOP argument. Is email voting secure? It's fine. Well, I don't get it. Is your critique of AOC that she's too young? Can you elaborate? What? You watch my streams often enough that you know perfectly well what I dislike about her. Quit trying to bait my attention. The org doesn't seem to believe in centralization. If the org is serious about potentially committing its resources to supporting a presidential run, it will need to be centralized. It will need to run as a national organization. We can't do this chapter leadership bullshit when we're talking about supporting a presidential candidate. this is actually so retarded it's making me reconsider want to join support the DSA, then you're being retarded. The idea that, like, you see the most promising democratic political organization in America and you see some infighting and you're like, well, steering clear of that, I'm going to just do nothing then, when you could join it and be part of the good half of the movement. Come on. The loser mentality. Sorry, not to be like mean or whatever. It's just that sentiment really pisses me off. Yeah. Ro Khanna or AOC, who's your pick? Ro Khanna. But if the DSA throws their weight behind AOC, we'll see how it goes in the primaries, and I might support her. I would certainly vote for AOC if she ended up being the general pick. Against whatever, JD Vance. AOC is definitely to the left of Ro Khanna. I just feel like Ro Khanna, A, would probably have a better shot, maybe, and B, I feel like Ro Khanna has more balls. Ro Khanna has bigger stones. You should join it where they crucify you. Listen, I like the DSA. I advocate for people to join it, but my joining it would literally just cause infighting. Like, literally, a ton of the people in the DSA hate me. I do not think my joining would be good for the DSA. It would cause problems. Which is unfortunate. Just joined DSA, went to a new member orientation this past weekend. Nice, yeah. It's a real, like, group. It's a real organization. It really runs. I mean, you could just join privately and pay dues. I'm a public figure. I would not. I'm not only am I a public figure. My name, not my real name, my online handle, is probably known to a significant number of people in the DSA. There wouldn't really be a point to me joining if I'm just pitching $5 a month or something. Like, I would be found out. It would be like, there's no like being a quiet member, you know? They'd call me out. There'd be people arguing to have my expulsion put on the, they would genuinely, there would be like initiatives. Waste a lot of people's time. Don't mention me if you join the DSA. Well, all right. I guess I'm with the right DSA on this. I'm usually with the right DSA, for the most part. Not even because I like AOC. I don't like AOC. Just, you have to do something. It's like when you're in a group and nobody can decide what restaurant to go to. It's better to go to a restaurant that's kind of mid than for nobody to ever go to a restaurant because everyone was just stuck deliberating forever. Forward motion is always good. You know, you want to always be moving forward and refine the angle, you know, refine the angle of your movement. You don't want to stop and deliberate forever. I don't know, Connor. If your membership card got lost, you should fucking email them for sure. Framing it as right versus left DSA feels like it poisons the well on which position is better as a leftist. I agree. I feel like the left versus right DSA was obviously made up by the left DSA. Like, it's technically true, but obviously, semantically, people are going to frame the right within the DSA as the bad ones because the DSA is a leftist organization. It would probably be better to say electoral versus non-electoral DSA, but even that's a simplification. Of course, right and left DSA are simplifications too, so it's not like you're, obscuring meaning if you do that. Not left, not right, but forward. Exactly. My face feels tingly. I need to rebuild my skin barrier. No vitamin C or retinol for a while. I guess I don't really have a problem with retinol or vitamin C, like, needing it. I don't really have a, like my face is still pretty youthful. I don't have a bunch of wrinkles. Do I? Not really, no. I've got pretty nice peptides and shit. Yeah, peptides and shit. You get me. Don't really have any neck. I guess I have some necklines. Vitamin C serum nuts? Do you have stretchy bitch syndrome like me? Can you pull the skin of your neck? I guess so. I think my skin's pretty youthful in general. Is that uncommon? It's because you stay inside so much? Yeah, which is, like, objectively better for your skin. I feel like that's pretty normal. Well, my skin's going to be good because I don't get much sun exposure. Sun exposure is bad for your skin. It's really bad. You want to, you did lose weight, totally normal. It's not about my weight loss. I have a pretty thick neck. It's that my skin still has collagen, so it snaps back. It doesn't, like, sag. Skin damage, vitamin D. Just take vitamin D supplements. What's your skin routine? I don't know. I'm still working on it. You got me feeling weird about my skin now? Okay. Enough. Okay. Hold on. Weighing in on the DSA. Wait, hold on. Can I add an addendum to this? I don't think everyone on the DSA left is useless or whatever. I just think, like, I am generally really, really heavily biased towards forward movement, even if you end up making mistakes. It's a general life philosophy that I have, and I apply it very broadly in my life. If I want to do something, I take action, and I think that you should refine the process on the way. This is not like an infinitely useful heuristic. Obviously, you shouldn't do, like, terrible self-destructive shit, like, on an impulse. I just mean that generally, if you have a path you're taking, you should try to keep that momentum up. You should try to stay active, and then you should work hard to refine as you do it. I think that's generally a good way to live life. I think that, like, subjecting a really, really, really promising run from the DSA to a bunch of, like, slowdown and deliberation because a small minority in the DSA doesn't like the fact that AOC is popular is not good. Yes. Hold on 1 second. My back has been fucking killing me lately. I don't know why. It's really frustrating. Whew. On the plus side, how about this shirt, huh? I'm going to be wearing it a lot because I really want the indigo fades to start to come in. Did you see oil prices exploded? Yup. We're back on. It's happening again. We're so fucking back. I have a video for this.
In the past couple of days, the war in Iran has apparently restarted in earnest. Both the US and Iran have traded strikes and disavowed diplomacy, with Trump saying the recently agreed Memorandum of Understanding is over, and the Iranians describing further negotiations as futile. Unsurprisingly, the Iranians have reacted by, once again, declaring the Strait of Hormuz closed. This has pushed oil prices up a bit, but not by that much, which might explain why Trump sounds so confident about restarting a war that he was apparently desperate to stop only last month. However, in this video, we're going to explain why Trump's confidence might be misplaced, and why a non-linear oil crisis, in other words, a sudden spike in oil prices rather than a gradual increase, looks increasingly likely.
We've been leaning on TLDR News for a while now. They do really good work. I appreciate their summaries.
Magazine, because there's more in too long than to it. As we see it, there were at least 3 reasons to think that a spike in oil prices is now looking increasingly possible. The first and most obvious is that the war in Iran has apparently restarted, and the global oil market is more fragile than it first appears.
Yep.
We covered this in detail in last week's video, but the TLDR is that the main reason that global oil prices didn't skyrocket...
The only reason things did not get really bad is because China did demand destruction locally and reduced their imports. If they hadn't done that, it's very possible we already would have run off the cliff. However, they can't do it forever. Not only can they not do it forever, but they have not been able to entirely mitigate the loss of supply with their demand destruction. We're still, Europe and America are still currently drawing down their strategic petroleum reserves.
After the Strait of Hormuz was closed last time, as many people expected them to, was because the world went into the war with unusually well-stocked inventories and was able to draw them down at record rates to increase supply, thus keeping prices relatively low. But this obviously couldn't go on forever, and after a couple of months...
Oh my god, what are these DSA left arguments, dude? Holy shit. Rural chapters would get fucked over by a national presidential campaign in terms of resource and manpower drain. Dog, this is a Republican argument. This is like a Senate tier argument. Oh, we can't hold a national non-binding vote on whether we support AOC because rural chapters won't get... What the fuck are we talking about? This is why you have to fight off the infinite... The fractioning, you have to fight off against this. This is why I've always argued the DSA should have a stronger national organization. I think the DSA right's going to win on this. It just might take a while.
Most inventories were running dangerously low. Trump actually made this explicit.
No, my Arkansas chapter with 5 members, my reading group, no.
The G7 summit last month, when, in trying to justify his deal, he claimed that the world was just 4 weeks away from running out of oil.
A lot of money. That's why the world is okay. It's liquid. It's fine. Also, we run out of reserves in about 4 weeks. You know, there are reserves all over the world, and we would really run out. And there'll be a time when you wouldn't be able to get it. And you want to see bedlam?
We've started dipping into both sweet and sour oil, meaning we have reached the operational floor. We've never dipped into both at the same time. Wait, can you give me an article on that? Have we started dipping into sour oil? Are we going into those stockpiles as well? Do you have an article on that?
Surprisingly, stockpiles haven't had time to recover in the month or so since the ceasefire was announced. In fact, the most recent data suggests that countries have actually continued to draw them down since, presumably in an attempt to bring down global oil prices as fast as possible. This means that we're going back into a war with depleted stockpiles, which means we have far less of a cushion to absorb any Hormuz-related drop in supply. The second...
What is sweet and sour oil? Okay, so it's a way of measuring how crude needs to be refined to be useful. Sweet crude, like the stuff you get in Texas, is relatively easy to refine. The resources that it takes to refine it, not very extensive. It's the good crude. Sour, less so. Takes more work to refine it. It's not as good. It's not as pure. It takes more work to refine. When we dip into our reserves, the best, most so when you dip into crude reserves, right? Because you have to reserve crude. You're not reserving gasoline. Gasoline is not shelf stable. You reserve the crude. You have to refine it. If you're refining it, that means you have to start pouring out the supply from the strategic reserve into refineries, right? Like you don't just dip the barrels of crude into the economy and the economy recovers or whatever. You need to send that shit over to the refineries. And if we're now dipping into sour, that would mean that we're pulling a greater number of refineries, a lot of which aren't local. Well, hold on. They could be local. I'd like to see an article on this. I guess a better way of describing it would be that we are dipping into less immediately useful reserves. Yeah, I've seen this chart multiple times, but I'd like to see it from a different source. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserves are now around 19 million barrels away from estimated minimum operating levels. There will very soon no longer be a safety buffer to protect the world from further losses out of the strait. You can see how close we got at the beginning of the Ukraine war. Biden drew it down, but then we started refilling it. Of course, now we're here again. I think this is inaccurate because, for one, this is definitely not the minimum operating level. This is probably the minimum operational stress level, at which point you start dipping into bad refineries. Sorry, not bad refineries. It becomes, you get lower and lower grade crude to work with. $150 for military, $150 for cavern integrity. Yeah, a lot of the crude that we have reserved is strictly reserved for military reserves. Like, no matter what happens, the U.S. military must always have its reserve. So that's not getting dipped into. And then there's the fact that, yes, we store our reserves not in literal barrels, but in underground caverns. And if we take out too much too quickly, those caverns might literally collapse. In fact, the caverns that we're using primarily for petroleum storage in the United States, I'm pretty sure they were formed under Nixon, I think, and they were only meant to be operational for a few decades. We've been using them for twice as long as they were meant to be used, and we've drawn them down more times than they were meant to be drawn down for. Every time we draw down from that cavern, we increase the risk of a collapse. Basically, internal pressure holds the cavern together. The more you draw out from the cavern, the lower the pressure and the greater the likelihood that the entire network collapses, which would be catastrophic. Also, the more you draw down, the more bad sludge there is. Think of oil reserves not as like barrels of water, where the quality at the top is the same as the quality at the bottom, and think of it more like forever soup. You know the forever stews that like medieval taverns would have, where you keep it on a fire and you just keep adding water and ingredients? You know what I mean? Like the top of the forever stew is always fine, but if you ever like start taking too much, the lower down you go, now you're getting it like essentially soup sediment. And if you go down all the way to the bottom, you start getting at the fundamentals of the stew that you won't be able to replace by just adding new ingredients on top. You know, you don't want the ancient soup sediment. SPR drawdown today. Hold on, I don't intuitively know how to read this. 1 second. Reserve inventory, sweet and sour. 116 million of sweet, 200 of sour. Oh man, yeah. This is as of July 10th. It doesn't tell us what's happening today. It does confirm we're drawing down. Well, does it confirm we're drawing down sour? It's fine. We'll get more info on this later. Meanwhile, the cost of petroleum refined products remains high. This is the 321 WTI refining margin, a measure of how much money you make from the products of a barrel of crude versus the value of the crude itself. It's the profit you get from it. And you might notice that we're spiking pretty high right now, and that hasn't gone down. If you dig deep, what happens? Well, there's the possibility the cavern collapses. The cavern is held up by the pressure. Like, the oil you put into the caves is physically blocking it from collapsing. Like, a cave isn't going to collapse if it's filled with highly pressurized oil, of course. Like, it's being filled. There's no space for stuff to collapse into. But if you draw down the oil enough, and it collapses, like, you cause problems. We have caves we store oil in? Yeah, we're talking about hundreds of millions of barrels of oil. We don't keep that shit in a barrel. It's not stored in barrels? No, a barrel is an abstract unit of measurement. Like, it's not... they're not literally stored in barrels. I mean, sometimes they are. Can you swim in it? Yes. Very briefly. Very briefly. Here. It's important to understand that caverns formed near the end of the Carter admin. Carter, not Nixon, during the OPEC crisis, but had a lifespan of around 20 years. Yeah. We filled these caverns up, not expecting we would need to use them for more than 20 years, but we've been using them now for about 45.
Biden has been tapping into it in a big way.
The Department of Energy
supply problem as bad as the Iran oil problem? It was. Look at how much we drew down our strategic reserve because of the invasion from Russia. We drew it down massively. But the Biden administration, which is more competent than the Trump administration, made sure that they didn't draw it down to like stress levels, and they started to buffer it towards the end with policies that would make the oil more available. Like, we did a lot during the Biden administration to shore up this, like, to keep this from getting really, really, really catastrophic. It could have been a lot worse. Like, think of how bad the energy crisis got in Europe. With the sudden cutting off of Russian natural gas, a lot of European states found themselves with, like, multiplied energy prices. The United States did draw down its reserves, but we did also take measures to prevent it from getting apocalyptically bad. But here we go. Like, Cushing, Oklahoma is the, like, world... like the world crossroads for oil, because Cushing, Oklahoma is like an easy midway point that can be used to move oil from the strategic reserve to Cushing to like trucks or vice versa. Like it's a crossroads in part because of its proximity to these caverns.
The Willis Tower that you have in Chicago in it.
Look at this. Just imagine this. It's a salt mine we created more than 2,000 feet tall. We literally built it to be a gigantic oil tank, a natural oil tank. Well, not natural in the sense that it's a normal cavern, but natural in the sense we're using, like, you know, locations of these caverns are public. They're heavily armored, and if you try to get close to them, your body will stop being biology and start being physics. Sorry, I know I'm interrupting this a lot, but there's a lot here that's worth understanding. Chris Wright called Biden's SPR drawdown irresponsible. Trump's own release ran faster. They're saying that he's a hypocrite. Yeah, that's fine. Biden, 180 million barrels released over 6 months, about 1 million barrels per day. Trump, 172 million over 4 months, about 1.4 million barrels per day, a faster pace. The SPR sits in salt caverns. Oil out means water in, which dissolves salt and weakens the structure. Faster releases do more damage. Biden's pace reportedly damaged 2 of the 4 caverns. So we're now running these down faster than we did before, but we know that if damage was caused now, the government probably wouldn't report it. So it's for all we know, one or multiple of these caverns is already suffering from like serious structural issues. We don't know because the government would be the one to report us that information, and they probably won't. There we go. Sorry. It could have already broken, for all we know. This is very unlikely, but it is possible. It is genuinely possible that our strategic petroleum reserve is much smaller than we think it is, because there's already been catastrophic damage to 1 or more of the caverns, and they just haven't reported it. It's possible that's the reason why Trump said we had 4 weeks left, even though relatively conservative estimates at the time suggested we had more than 4 weeks before a collapse. It's possible they know something we don't. We don't know. Does that mean caverns might be so damaged they can't store oil? Yes. Because the water that they put in to replace the pressure from the oil dissolves the salt because it saturates the water, which means the oil can start leaking through. It's possible that like these reserves are leaking oil into the ground, like they're leaking through the otherwise impermeable salt membrane because the salt membrane has been damaged by the water that replaced the oil.
Continue to stabilize.
I assume they do to reduce the increased salination, but there's only so much that you can do. Also, keep in mind that any movement in or out of the caverns is going to erode the salt just through friction. Like, even if they somehow filled the reserve with like fully salinated water, like no more salt can be absorbed into it, the physical act of pumping water and oil in or out is going to rub against the walls and cause friction. Any movement in the tank, I understand, is the U.S. hitting and glowing below forced rationing, or do we just stop existing as a state? America's not going to just stop existing as a state. I also don't think we're going to do rationing, though. It seems like the direction we're headed in right now is that Trump is going to use both between doing like oil futures, like shorting the oil futures, and between like presidential pressure. He's going to try to depress the cost of crude as much as possible, but eventually we're going to hit like a rubber band effect where it just rockets upward. The best thing that could have happened for us as a civilization was a slow increase in the cost of oil over time that never abated to engage in demand destruction. But now it's too late. At this point, demand destruction cannot happen overnight in a country like this. Like, we just don't have the will, which means that we're going to run into shortages. The shortages kind of feel like they've already happened in the future at this point. It's just a matter of time. Yeah, the writing's been on the wall for a while here. It's just another symptom of our unwillingness to invest in infrastructure. From the GAO on energy security, why we need a unified plan to align priorities and investment for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This was written in May 2026. Why we did this study. In the aftermath of international oil embargoes, Congress authorized the Department of Energy to create the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in 1975 to reduce the impact of disruptions in petroleum supplies. Members of Congress, the GAO, and others have long raised questions about the SPR's optimal size and configuration to meet evolving security needs. Additionally, in 2015, Congress directed the Department of Energy to begin a large project to extend the operational life of the aging Strategic Petroleum Reserve infrastructure after the Department of Energy found in 2014 that a large portion of it required replacement. So yeah, we're dealing with a large backlog here. The draw rate maximum on the reserve is halved, and even if we did level it out, it would take years to refill it since 2014. Do you think the draw rate maximum is going to drop below the 1.4 million barrels per day that Donald Trump outlined for this initial release? Its maximum withdrawal rate has fallen from 4.4 million barrels today to about 2.7, and its refill capacity has dropped as well. Wow. Okay, that's almost by half. So we're not yet at a point where our drawing capacity has been reduced below its current drawing rate. It's just that, like, it's dropping really quick. Although the Department of Energy is releasing oil at a slower rate to reduce wear in the facilities and plans to return the exchanged oil, good luck with that, experts warn that significant long-term investment and rehabilitation are needed to ensure the reserve remains capable of responding. We're already drawing it down to historic levels. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has not been this low since it was first filled.
America's emergency oil supply sits inside massive...
Sorry, AI. This is AI too? Is this AI? I don't think the diagram is AI. Maybe it is. Hold on. I'd love a diagram. Diagram of Strategic Petroleum Reserve Salt Caves. Okay, well that diagram might be a little bit too simple. Wow, they are far down there. Look at that. $2,500 feet under the ground is where the tank starts. Why salt caves? Because it allowed us to build very, 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 very large holding containers quickly. We were not meant to use them for this long. We built them in response to an oil supply shock. Why is there a hole that large down there? We dug it. Well, kind of. It was half there, half we dug it. It was aliens. Yeah, we connected a bunch of salt domes. Here we go. That's a good way of putting it. Still, it's a big infrastructure project. Yeah, but it was meant to have expired like 30 years ago. Sure is a lot of salt down there, huh? I want to lick it. Anyway, sorry. The real video we were watching was not the Wall Street Journal video from 3 years ago. We were watching this, why oil prices look set to skyrocket. I realized that we'd never actually talked about what the Strategic Petroleum Reserve actually is. And that's my way of saying I forgot. I remember learning about it back during Biden years, and then I forgot about it, but we didn't go over it again recently, so now we know. It is not actually stored in a bunch of barrels in a tank somewhere or like a depot. It is gigantic caves we've drilled into salt, or like partially drilled, partially utilized, and they are infrastructurally compromised.
The reason we think an oil price spike looks increasingly likely is expectations. In short, one of the other big reasons that oil prices didn't surge during the last phase of the war was that the markets basically expected Trump to chicken out. In other words, they basically bet that Trump wouldn't actually tolerate a severe or prolonged surge in oil prices, both because it would lead to higher prices at the pump in the US, which would make him very unpopular with American voters not far out from the midterms, and because, thanks to AI-related uncertainty, the markets are looking very nervy at the moment, which means that any sort of bad news tends to lead to significant downward movements. The markets thus concluded that, if things actually started getting bad, Trump would chicken out, as he had done in the past. This meant you didn't really see a
But why the Trump administration inherits such a mess? I mean, it's kind of a testament to my point, right? Basically, everything right now that's failing was failing before Trump too. Trump is stupid and his administration is bad, so they are worsening things, but like all of these tendencies were on a downward decline anyway, you know?
Rush for oil futures like during previous oil crises. For context, when people talk about oil prices or Brent crude, they're usually not talking about what it actually costs to physically buy a barrel of oil right now, which is something that most traders don't do. Rather, they're usually actually referring to the cost of what's known as a near-month futures contract, which basically says you'll get a barrel of oil in a month or two's time. This is what most people trading in the oil market actually trade, because it means that as long as you offload your contract in time, you don't actually have to receive a physical barrel of oil, which most traders don't want to do. Anyway, in previous oil crises, everyone would rush to buy up these futures contracts to guarantee access to a barrel of oil, thus pushing up the market price of oil. This time around, however, while there was some of this, hence the jump in oil prices once the war kicked off, lots of traders instead went and just bought insurance, which meant that on the perceived off chance that Trump didn't chicken out.
This too is financialization. It's incredible, but even here, the market recognizes that they're engaging in meta financialization, where rather than trading on the speculative value of futures oil contracts, they're instead trading on the insurance on the perceived price of the oil future. Like, we're not even, again, it's every problem is responded to with an infinitely recursive series of financial games played by the world's worst people, rather than like, hey, shouldn't somebody do something about this?
And oil prices did genuinely spike, they would be financially compensated. This speaks to another reason that the markets were able to cope surprisingly well. The insurance market for oil is just way more developed than it was a few years ago or decades ago. During previous crises, the only way for traders to hedge their bets was to dive straight into the futures markets. The insurance market just wasn't well developed enough, which pushed up prices and created a sort of self-fulfilling price spiral, because higher prices meant more people rushing into the futures market to guarantee access to oil, pushing up prices, etc. Anyway, the point we're trying to make here is that people expected Trump to chicken out, which is one of the reasons they went for insurance rather than futures.
Insurance is also always a clean bet. There's a reason why health insurance is such guaranteed money.
The problem here is that the events of the past week or so strongly suggest that Trump has decided that the costs of chickening out and accepting an embarrassingly one-sided deal outweigh the midterm and stock market-related costs of restarting the war. Furthermore, the fact that the war has restarted reduces the chance of another ceasefire, both because it proves that the last ceasefire wasn't sustainable and because it will erode whatever trust was left between the two sides. If market expectations adjust accordingly, we should expect oil prices to spike faster this time. The third reason on our list is that there's another war wreaking havoc with the energy markets.
Houthis hit the Saudi International Airport. No. It's going crazy style over there. We haven't even covered like the re-beginning of the war, but like it's actually going absolutely fucking nutso over there right now. It looks like Israel, America, Iran, and the Houthis are all going to be getting back into it. So yeah, I would, you know, the Al Jazeera feed is nuts. Yeah, we're gonna do this in the next segment, but right now it's just worth it's just worth taking a peek at the general state of things. The live UA map's looking a little active right now. We'll get to that in a sec.
At the moment, namely the war in Ukraine, where for the past month or so, Ukraine has been striking Russia's energy infrastructure. Most of Ukraine's strikes have targeted refineries, which process crude oil into usable products like diesel and gasoline. But in recent days, Ukraine has expanded the scope of its attacks to include Russian tankers in the Kerch Strait, which links the Sea of Azov.
Russia has been fucking feeding oil tankers to Ukraine lately. I think they've taken down like 50 or something.
And the Black Sea. All in all, this has cut Russia's diesel production capacity by about a third, with significant drops in gasoline and jet fuel too. This is having a significant impact on global markets, not just because Russia accounts for a significant fraction of all refined products, but also because, in an attempt to keep domestic prices low, the Kremlin has banned exports of certain refined products, including most notably diesel, where Russia is usually the world's second largest exporter. All in all, the point we're trying to make is just because we avoided a sudden spike last time doesn't mean we'll avoid it again this time. Now, as you're probably aware, it's kind of impossible to avoid talking or thinking about the big players that control our world, much like the ones we've spoken about today.
Okay, now we're talking about Proton Mail. Yeah, we'll cut the segment here and now get to the actual war. But yeah, genuinely, I know that we all have short attention spans. And listen, to be clear, okay, I'm not like a prophet. When I make a prediction and then it doesn't like immediately come true, when I say, oh, it's over, and then tomorrow I wake up and the sun's still in the sky, I'm like, oof, I hope I don't look like a fool online. I know there are people whose attention span operates in over a scale of like minutes, you know. I understand. It's the reason why I'm generally like hesitant to make direct predictions, because I understand like people often won't believe you until they happen, and even after they happen, people are like, well, you still said it too early or whatever. This is what happened with the fucking transgenocide thing. I was one of the first people who pointed out that the rhetoric from the Republic, it might seem crazy to think now, but back in like 2019, 2020, Republicans were still pretending to care about trans people. Like Steven Crowder would do videos where he was like, you know, oh, trans people are deluded, but we care about their mental health, we want to help them. And I was one of the first people to point out the rhetoric on trans people was always eliminationist. Like the only possible end goal of the movement here was just the eradication of trans people from social life. And I was right, but at the time I got a lot of flack. So anyway, I'm just saying that like in spite of the, you know, dangers of making predictions into the future, I really, really, really recommend you guys to structure your lives in a way that can account for like catastrophic infrastructure failure when it comes to the availability of petroleum products. Would highly recommend that. Highly recommend. Okay, we have to talk about the war. Let me take a piss. I actually really have to piss. I've been holding it for like 20 minutes now. I stopped smoking yesterday. Does that count? Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Stop smoking, you'll be healthier and you'll have more money. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Good job. Keep it up. One day is not a lot, but a week is. So get to a week, a month is, get to a month. You got this. I'm being so disciplined, by the way, because yesterday I found some really nice clothing on sale and I made some capital B, capital P big purchases. And I'm excited about them and I want to show them off. But I have to hold off until after the war or whatever. You take some of the quickest pisses? Dog, that wasn't even that quick. That was so fast. I don't... Is it because you're all like trans girls? So you like sit to pee or something? Or whatever? How rude. I don't know. Like, why? It takes me like a minute standing at least. What? Okay. Sitting is faster? You people are insane. Let's move on. Okay. So, Trump has announced that the United States is now the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz. From Trump himself. The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. The USA from this point forward will be known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait, but as such, as a matter of fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped. So we're doing mob boss shit. Trump is trying to impose a toll on moving through the strait that's greater than what Iran was posing. 20% is fucking enormous. 20% margins on the value of stuff moving through the strait, absolutely insane. This is like just straight up mob boss protection racket shit. But we're not even providing protection. So that's cool. Of course, it doesn't matter because nobody's going through the strait. If they did, Iran would light them up. Movement through the strait has slowed dramatically. I think there might be a couple of ships like skittering through as quickly as they can before things blow up again, but things are indeed blowing up again. In addition, Trump has cryptically announced that he will be holding a national address on Thursday night. What is it for? It could be the Omni speech. It could be the same stump speech that he's always putting out. But it is worth noting that things are getting real fucking spicy. Iran's IRGC announces that ground forces have destroyed 2 U.S. HIMARS missile platforms and ammunition depots in Kuwait. Ground forces. Ground forces. Not the only thing they're doing in Kuwait. Three land border posts in northern Kuwait and an offshore drilling platform in the country's territorial waters came under attack Sunday, causing material damage and injuring one worker as Kuwait's armed forces... This is from the Kuwaiti Times. As Kuwait's armed forces intercepted hostile aerial targets and the government strongly condemned Iranian aggression. The Defense Ministry said the 3 border posts sustained material damage. The offshore drilling platform was struck by a hostile drone. So Iran is now moving in on Kuwait and are deliberately trying to shut down oil production and refinery in the region. I assume this is the IRGC way of saying the army and not actual on-the-ground troops. You would be, my understanding is you would be incorrect. Hold on. I'm pretty sure that some of the Iranian allegiant Iraqi ground forces are getting involved. But I would like an article to double-check that. Iran claims to kill 3 U.S. service members in Kuwait. Pentagon said there were 0 reports of deaths over the weekend, then announced a new death on Monday. So the Pentagon has been covering up the extent of damage conducted in Kuwait. This is one of the bases we have over there that's still occupied. 3 U.S. personnel is a huge deal over the weekend, but the Pentagon tried to cover it up. Oh, they're saying the death they reported didn't even come from Kuwait. We wouldn't actually invade Iran, would we? That's like the most doomed thing ever. Well, Trump keeps saying we're going to occupy Karg Island, so... This said Iraqis did it? Here we go. Iran-backed factions and militias in Iraq performing attacks. There we go. There we go. Remember, the largest military inside of Iraq is allegiant to Iran. I think the reason they're doing this specifically right now, like the reason why things are popping off right now is because they just concluded the funeral tour for the Ayatollah and they're seeking revenge. We martyred their Ayatollah. I mean, the Shiites are mad, I think, probably. Let's take a look at the live UA map updates. See how things are going. That's a lot of updates. Oh boy. Okay. IRGC missiles are targeting an airbase in Jordan. Explosions in Jordan. U.S. bases in the region are under attack. A siren is sounded in Bahrain. U.S. Air Force fighter jets are conducting operations in Bahraini airspace to intercept drones. At least 4 ballistic missiles were fired from the city of Jam Bushehr province towards Bahrain. Air defenses in Bahrain. Phenomenal. Not that interesting from that far. Fires break out in Bahrain after Iranian missiles strike. That is a shitty video. Not getting much from these video clips, huh? Oh, that's okay. We'll keep on watching that garbage. Continuous explosions in Bandar Abbas. Iran claims the attacks. CENTCOM says they just completed a new wave of offensive strikes. Targeted the Sultanate of Oman. The Yemeni armed forces 11 hours ago joined in and said that they would respond to Iranian and Houthi violation of Yemeni airspace. Keep in mind, this is the Yemeni armed forces, not the Houthis, though the Houthis are the more powerful force there. The U.S. directly struck Karg Island oil infrastructure. Oh, that's news to me. I didn't know about that. Okay, 11 hours ago, the U.S. has directly struck Karg Island oil infrastructure. First confirmed hit on Iran's core export terminal. Fires visible via satellite. Sure. Initial reports of airstrikes on the Sana'a airport. Columns of smoke rising from the Sana'a airport. The UAE Ministry of Defense's fires at the warehouses in Sayed Military City. Yeah, the Houthis struck the Saudis. We saw that earlier, but do I still have that? Do I still have that link up? Can somebody find that for me again? The gigantic fire? Explosions in Lebanon. Well, that's a given. Israel's still there. Wait, Trump actually notified Congress? Yeah, I guess the War Powers Resolution passed, right? He actually notified them on July 10th? White House officials are leaking what Trump's talking about tomorrow. Oh, God. It's just about... Wait. Tomorrow? Thursday isn't tomorrow. This is a different thing, I think. Here we go. The strike on Sana's International Airport used Storm Shadow cruise missiles. Is this really footage from it? This is very, very up close. Is this actually footage from this? This isn't from the Syrian civil war, right? These are from the Houthis? Trump said he's going to hit them hard before the Thursday speech. Like, I hope this goes without saying, but the Houthis re-engaging in military action against Saudi Arabia is a huge fucking deal. Saudi Arabia has been trying to, lower the tension between themselves and the Houthis for a while now. They've been a massive thorn in their side. The fact that they're re-engaging in aggression is huge. From the Saudis, the Houthis. Oh, this was a retaliatory strike from the Saudis? Gotcha. Okay, so the Houthis struck the Saudi airport, and the Saudis have struck as well. Where was that damn clip that somebody sent me of the strike on the Saudi airport? Yeah, this is the Yemeni airport being hit, but what about the clip of the Saudi airport being hit? In retaliation? Yeah, here we go. This refers to the event. 6 Houthi missiles have been fired from Yemen towards Saudi Arabia, targeting the Aba International Airport and King Khalid Air Base in Khamis Mushait. Mushait, I assume, not Shait. Shait. A senior Houthi official has said Bab al-Mandab will be closed like the Strait of Hormuz. That's not good. The Houthis have been threatening this for a while. That they would close down the strait right off of Yemen. Hold on, where's the map? This one. A lot of stuff goes through here. This is the other big funny. It means closing the Suez Canal. That was in retaliation because Saudi Arabia bombed Yemen's capital airport first. Saudis appear to be conducting emergency flaring at their LPG export hub for some reason. Okay, chat. Big brain chat. What does this mean? Emergency flare. Did they mean just firing flares, or does this mean something else? Emergency flaring refers to the safe combustion of waste gases during unexpected oil or gas plant upsets. Oh, they're lighting the wells on fire. They're lighting the wells on fire. They're burning them off because they don't have a way of moving it. That's what it means. Okay. Okay, we're still 9 hours ago on the live UA map. Multiple U.S. one-way attack drones struck a submarine ship maintenance facility in Badr Abbas, Iran yesterday. Trump formally notified Congress of the resumption of military activities under the War Power Resolution. U.S. Navy, the U.S. embargo on Iran applies to all ships regardless of their flag. So fucking funny, dude. Trump literally 6 hours ago says, the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. 3 hours later, the Navy's like, actually nobody gets through. Okay, hold on. Update? Any updaters? People, I suppose, are saying that Karg Island has not actually been hit, that was a misreport. They're just burning off the stations. Like, they can't export. Yeah, they're doing gas flaring. So we might not have struck Karg Island. In fact, I think that means there's no evidence we struck Karg Island. CENTCOM confirms. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Understood. So that's one doom bell toll removed. The other ones still apply. It said routine flaring. We don't know if it's routine. I mean, we don't know why they're doing it. The IRGC has now targeted another commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz with a cruise missile. With a cruise missile! Stop bringing up the doom bell. You're making it unfun for me. Yeah, I did read this. Not this exact article, but I read about this. We're using kamikaze drone boats for the first time, which makes sense. It's useful. But yeah, rather than using very, very, very expensive, I don't know, tomahawks or whatever, where we're duct taping propane tanks to speedboats and putting a brick on the pedal. Got them from Ukraine. It's economical. Yeah, we're using it on destroyed infrastructure, but these docks are still being used, probably. Compilation of images and videos of what's been struck by Iran so far. Okay, this was overnight for them, so we would have heard about this morning. Timeline: Iran targeted ships ignoring warnings. U.S. started attacking Iran's south. Several south and southwestern cities were attacked. In response, the IRGC targeted fuel and MOD ports at the Prince Hassan Air Base, drone CNC center, fuel tanks, Ali Islam U.S. base, 2 HIMARS. This is the big one. 2 HIMARS missile launchers and ammunition depots filled with missiles were set ablaze in Kuwait by IRGC ground. Okay, ground forces via missiles and drones in Kuwait. I thought the report was that this was done by the Iraqi Iranian military, like the Iran-aligned Iraqi military. It's probably special forces on the border. Could be. Yeah. Okay. So Kuwait is saying that Iraqi pro-Iranian factions are the ones that targeted the offshore drilling platform and border posts, but it was Iran itself that struck the airbase. Okay, so both are involved. Gotcha. Okay. It was a combined. They're doing a lot. It was a team effort, which we should, celebrate. Been hearing a lot of might as well invade around the job site lately. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Like, it seems like we're interminably locked in here when all we have to do is acknowledge that Iran won. But the American military-industrial complex, let alone Trump, could never actually allow Iran to win. We couldn't do it. It's so bad for us that Iran wins. So our ego will not allow us. Oh yeah, this is the ship video. Is that all smoke from the fire in Bahrain? Like all this dark stuff? I think that is. God damn. It was kind of hard to tell if that was a cloud or not, but I guess it was. And then we have a bunch of updates from an hour ago. Explosions in Sirik. A commercial ship has been targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. Several vessels targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently with a cruise missile, too. Not even a drone. The U.S. has closed its embassy in Abu Dhabi and its consulate in Dubai due to security concerns. Trump says, I cannot say the ceasefire is over. Okay, thank you, Trump. We will destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. Military operations against Iran could last from 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, gotcha. Great, phenomenal. There's still a chance. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, formally restarted the war with Iran. As he says the ceasefire might not be done, we formally restart the war with Iran.
This all is clearly rooted in a lack of common understanding between the U.S. and Iran over what exactly the state of Hormuz is after that MOU went into effect. President Trump now saying this morning that the U.S. Will reimpose the blockade that had been on Iranian ports during the heat of the war. This had been one of the last remaining components of the memorandum that had remained intact. And so you can see how this agreement is now coming apart piece by
Yeah, no kidding. Hold on. Stuff is right now happening fast enough that CNN commentary is like completely useless. Al Jazeera?
The Saudi-led coalition in Yemen says its air defenses have dealt with ballistic missiles launched by the Ansarullah Houthis. That's after Yemen's internationally recognized government says its armed forces targeted the runway at Sana'a airport in an effort to prevent an Iranian plane from landing. The Houthis have blamed Saudi Arabia, but there's no confirmation of Saudi involvement.
Yemen's legitimate government, with the help of the international community, challenged.
This is the moment missiles struck the runway. A delegation from the Ansarullah Houthi group was returning from Tehran.
What he called the Saudi and U.S. siege on Sana'a International Airport. This is why we are seeing the conflict. This is why the clashes are taking place right now. It's because the Ansarullah government is attempting to break the siege on Sana'a International Airport.
Yeah, the re-engagement in conflict between the Saudi government and the Houthis, and the Houthis saying they're going to block the Suez Canal effectively.
Which is leading to the attacks by the earlier today on Sana'a International Airport by the Yemeni armed forces. Of course, the Ansarullah Houthis, they believe that the attacks were actually carried out by Saudi Arabia, which is why the Ansarullah Houthis are targeting Abaha International Airport. More attacks are expected from the Ansarullah Houthis until, according to them, until the siege on Sana'a International Airport comes to an end. They are holding Saudi Arabia personally and fully responsible for the attacks today and for the closure of Sana'a International Airport. Interesting enough, the Yemeni government, the internationally recognized Yemeni government, was not even mentioned in this latest press statement by
who cares about them? This might end up being more consequential than anything that happened today in Kuwait. If the Houthis just start firing into the Red Sea, Houthis described the attack in Sana'a as an act of blatant aggression, threatened to rip apart the years-long truce it has had with Yemen's Saudi-backed internationally recognized government. This aggression will not go unanswered or unpunished. Rebels previously warning they would threaten Red Sea transports. Yeesh. All right, well. I guess that's what we're all up to right now. Iran's army said they targeted the U.S. Patriot missile system in Kuwait. Cool, cool, cool. 6 vessels crossed Hormuz on Monday. Maritime tracker, lowest level in 5 weeks. Down from 14 that crossed on Sunday. Yeah, the strait's properly closed again. Trump's desire to charge toll could prove problematic with Oman. Yup. Eesh. Okay, well, all right. Sorry. It's not going great right now. All because a rich guy wanted to feel powerful. This was always going to happen at some point. Trump just hastened it. This is why the Saudis attacked Yemen. Holy shit, how did I not hear about this earlier? This is huge. Iran broke the 10-year Saudi blockade of Yemen. An Iranian aircraft carrying a Yemeni delegation has landed at Hodeidah Airport. I was repeating it like thrice. I'm looking at a lot of stuff right now, okay? Well, that explains why Saudi Arabia attacked their airport. Hodeidah? It's Hodeidah? Hodeidah. Okay, I guess okay, Hodeidah. Hodeidah. I thought you knew this? No, I didn't know what the initial incident was that that prompted Saudi Arabia to attack the Houthis. The Saudis are backed by us, but would Iran rock their shit in a one-on-one war? For sure. The Saudi government was so corrupt, ineffective, and money-wasting that they could barely handle the Houthis. Iran would rock their shit. What's the significance of this? You need to look back like an hour. A lot of shit is happening right now. Buddy, the bombs are falling on your house, okay? Cool. Well, I guess we'll wait on that one and see how it cooks. Can't really imagine this going well, to be honest. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. Let's clear a couple of tabs here, huh? Let's clear a couple of tabs here. Sound good? A few tabs? Clear a few tabs? Stretch our legs a little bit? How you doing, Newsom?
There's been some headlines. I just want to clear this up. Yes or no? Do you consider Israel an apartheid state?
I said that was directional as it relates to what Freeman was arguing about the annexation of the West Bank. So no, but in the context of his pursuit in the hard and the far right, I align with that concern and that thinking that was expressed very pointedly by Tom Freeman.
Yeah,
so
he's like engaging in multiple levels of not saying anything right now.
Potentially on the path to
yeah,
becoming an apartheid state.
I think maybe some sections of the Israeli government, the far right in the Israeli government, might be pursuing a path that will lead to apartheid.
Continue.
My biggest concern, my red flag, is Bibi Netanyahu, period.
Of course, yeah. Fucking Ziocuck, genuinely. Unimaginable deference to a state that hates us. Just infinite, like, backed by capital. I would engage in fucking election fraud to vote for JD Vance over Gavin Newsom. Catch me with 40,000 JD Vance ballots stuffed into my trousers as I wobble down to the fucking election station. Fuck this guy.
Stop. And his opposition to the two-state solution, how he is navigating his own domestic politics as it relates to placating the far right, thus the annexation concerns, how he's influencing events that are now out of our control, and we're not. We haven't even focused much on what's happening in southern Lebanon, issues.
I really wonder, like, how much this rhetoric is going to shift after the oil collapse, because, like, especially right now, it seems like we're hurtling towards a really bad outcome.
There, intended and unintended consequences, the future of Gaza, the Board of Peace, which is about Trump and Witkoff and Jared Kushner getting their peace, if we can discuss that, and what happens to the future of the Middle East. And so, yeah, I've been very critical of him. And I say that as a guy who visited Bibi visited
Right after
Riyadh,
October 7th.
Yeah, that's
right
great.
after October 7th because of the relationship I've had, not only with the
As the governor of California for some reason.
Jewish community here, but my relationship to the people of Israel. And so I've long supported the state of Israel.
Neat. Sure is interesting how the Israeli government has such easy access to like every relevant municipal and state level leader in America, you know? Like town mayors and governors are like, we've all met with Netanyahu. Man, it's like a Middle Eastern country with 10 million people in it. Really? Really? But everyone's out there kissing the damn wall. Support for Troy Jackson, seems to be high for the replacement leader in the Democratic Senate race. But keep in mind that this refers to the will of the people, but it is not the people who will be making this decision. It is, in fact, the main DNC. Their local state delegates will be seeing what decision they make. Cool. The United Kingdom has banned support for Iran's IRGC. In our ongoing effort, especially in the United Kingdom, to replace liberal democracy with totalitarianism, they are doing the same thing to it as they did to Palestine Action. It was Palestine Action, right? That was the name of the group, where you can be arrested merely for showing support for an organization. To an American, as an American, I find this absolutely appalling. The idea that merely supporting an organization, not, by the way, with resources, but with your words, can lead to a jail sentence is genuinely unbelievably bad. But I guess, I mean, they don't have the First Amendment over there. So, you know. The Prime Minister announced his government would designate the branch of the Iranian military under a new National Security Act. We love National Security Acts. They always seem to do so much for national security and nothing at all for suppressing the speech of the citizens of the country that's supposed to be secure. Enabling law enforcement to take action against anyone deemed to be providing it with support. It was announced alongside similar designations for the Islamic Movement of Companions of the Right, IMCR, which has been blamed for attacks on Jewish targets in the UK, and the Russian GRU Volunteer Corps, an international branch of Russian military intelligence. Anyone acting on behalf of those who threaten our national security should be in no doubt there is no place for you in Britain. Such a sinister, evil fucking thing to say. Threaten our national security, acting on behalf of? You are not acting on behalf of an organization for saying you support it. That is not what that means. Just fundamentally illiberal. The leaders of the Enlightenment would be disgusted by this. What are you going to do? Democrats would do this if they had the power. I mean, a bunch of like Zionist local Democrats have pushed for anti-BDS laws, which is like basically our version of this. The First Amendment means they can't directly target speech, but they can do whatever they can to like, you know, suppress your rights adjacent to those rights. Germany's worse. You can't even say Israel isn't a real country, up to a 5-year sentence. Yep. Germany moving to criminalize denial of Israel's existence while refusing to recognize Palestine. Up to 5 years in jail for saying you don't recognize a nation. Does this apply to any other country? Any other country on earth? No. Can you go out there and say you don't recognize Germany as a country? Of course you can. Why would that be a problem? There's just one country, just one, for whom this specific protection applies. They would do this in the United States, too, if it wasn't for the First Amendment. We will find you and you will face the full force of the law. Shabana Mahmoud, the Home Secretary, said this is the person who said positively that she wants to turn the UK into a panopticon. Iran and Russia are using proxies and thugs to do the dirty work on our shores. I've rapidly designated 3 groups, so those working for them will be tracked down, put behind bars. Again, this is literally just outright totalitarianism. The idea that any outward show of support for a country or organization means you're envoys of that country or organization, which means that you should be arrested. Designating the 3 organizations introduces new criminal offenses for people who support, assist, or receive or benefit from them. If anyone conducts espionage or sabotage on their behalf, they would face a maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Keep in mind, sabotage on their behalf almost certainly includes if people did sabotage of the UK's military-industrial complex or its facilities during a war with Iran. Like, sabotage here, even if you're not doing it on behalf of Iran, if you're doing a protest that impedes the government, that could be considered sabotage. The UK government are also allocating $250 million for the Jewish community's safety. Let me guess, this will not in any way, shape, or form improve the safety of the Jewish community, but will involve a lot of surveillance of the Goyim. I'm just taking a guess. Don't say that. It literally refers to us. You can't say it because you people never know how to temper your statements. Look at this, man. Metropolitan Police will receive £86 million extra to recruit about 300 extra officers to help increase police presence in Jewish neighborhoods and around synagogues, schools, and community centers. Have you ever seen this happen to any other minority group? $250 million specifically to protect, like, minority neighborhoods? Come on. Plenty of mosques have been attacked. Not according to the BBC. It comes after a series of anti-Semitic attacks in London, including the stabbing of 2 men in Golders Green in April. Remember? The stabbing that began with a stabbing of a Muslim man? Remember that? It was 3 men stabbed? Meanwhile, UK police arrest 12 over far-right terror plot targeting major Muslim gathering. Nah. Oh, this is from today? Nah. Nobody ever attacks Muslims in the UK. Nobody ever attacks mosques. I assume this all goes without saying, but I think it's really important to reiterate that literally none of this is about protecting Jews. Jews and Israel and Zionism are just the chosen wedge. It could be any group. The average Jewish person is not in any way, shape, or form receiving any improvement to their life. It's not even about Israel, really. It's just about implementing a surveillance state. The goal is to replace liberal democracy for a, in the words of Mahmoud, right, a panopticon. They understand democracy is no longer viable going into the future. There is, as they have recognized, a contradiction between the will of capital and the will of democracy, and they have chosen to abandon democracy. So they're choosing literally any culture war issue possible that they can to justify increasing surveillance. They will never, ever, 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 ever do anything that they say is for Israel or Jewish people that does not advance surveillance. Every move they make will be against the left and against democracy, with no exceptions. Never will the UK government say, to protect our Jewish residents, we will now increase freedom of speech. We will now protect right to free expression. It will never happen. Of course, the average Jew in the UK is not living a better life because of any of this. Increased police presence, more government spending on police, does not in any way benefit them. They are not being protected. The goal is not to protect them. Eventually, the additional segmenting will take place, as we saw with Dana Bash on CNN, where the true Zionists, who may or may not be Jewish, will accuse the non-Zionist Jews of being bad Jews, who are due to their, sympathies working in line with their enemies. We already did this in America. Jewish Voice for Peace often gets slandered as an anti-Semitic organization. The student campus protests that took place in America sympathizing with the Palestinians had lots of young Jews there, and they were called anti-Semitic organizations. Polanski, the leader of the UK Green Party, is the only Jew running for the PM slot, and he was called anti-Semitic and continues to be called anti-Semitic by the government. Just remember, none of this is about protecting Jews. They are just being cynically invoked. They don't ever fund Jewish community centers or schools or anything, always just more guns and cameras. Of course, yeah, obviously, yeah. Under the draft law in Germany, anyone who publicly denies Israel's right to exist or calls for the state's abolition could face up to 5 years in prison or a fine. Yippee. The proposal would grant Israel a legal protection that Germany does not extend to Palestine. Wow, yippee. The UN has warned German authorities are engaging in the ongoing suppression of Palestine solidarity activism, and they'll drag down all of liberalism with it. All of liberalism with it, everything. Freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, all of it will be dragged down, and you'll be called an anti-Semite if you oppose it. It's essential to oppose this with every fiber of your being, but also to understand that really your enemy here is, I'll go a step further. Obviously, your enemy is not in any way, shape, or form Jewish people or Judaism. Your enemy isn't even really Israel. Israel is just the vassal. Israel is the chosen avatar of capital. It could have been any country. Israel is not essentially the source of these problems. If Israel was completely politically disempowered, but capitalism remained in its current form, the problem would not go away at all. Immediately, the effort would shift to another wedge issue, another culture war talking point, another minority group that can be defended from both a conservative and liberal perspective. Remember, the reason Jews were chosen to be the cynical envoys of this is because Christian evangelicals in America need them for their doomsday prophecy, but Jews are historically marginalized, which means that you can make liberal arguments to defend them, in the typical woke one marginalized community sense. So they're a minority group that works for both sides from different angles, which is why Zionists play to both angles. This doesn't work for, say, Black Americans who enjoy a lot of sympathy from the political left, but basically none from the political right. You would need to find a minority group that can be wedged in both directions. But fundamentally, this isn't about Israel or about Judaism at all. Women have already been used as a double-edged sword in favor of reactionary cause. Transphobia. The average woman is more transpositive than the average man, and the average lesbian woman is more transpositive than the average trans person. Keep that in mind. In real life, just as the average Jew is left-leaning, the average woman, and especially lesbian woman, is pro-trans. However, because women are, you can defend women from two hypocritical angles. One, they're a marginalized group, but two, they're in the rightward tradition, right? Women are pure envoys of sexual purity that must be protected against sexual degeneracy. You can defend women against trans people from both angles, which is why right-leaning transphobia is just outward bigotry, but the TERFs use the mantle of feminist critique in order to attack trans people to the same end. I think you meant the average lesbian is more transpositive than the average straight woman. Incorrect. What I said was the average lesbian woman is more transpositive than the average trans person, and that is what is true. Yeah, it's worth remembering that unlike the United Kingdom, Germany actually does have guarantees for free speech in its constitution. I believe in its constitution. Maybe it's not like the constitution, but rather just their legal code. So what they're doing right now in Germany is explicitly illegal by their own laws. It's just that they're infinitely cucked. So it doesn't matter. This is likely not to fly under our constitution, is what many experts say. We'll see if it ends up happening anyway. That's why I've always been against hate speech laws. You can twist them in so many ways. Free speech absolutism? I am not a free speech absolutist. It's just that historically hate speech laws have done very little to actually further the protection of minority groups and a lot to give authoritarian political officials infinite leeway to attack people. I just think they're very legally shaky. CENTCOM announced new strikes just a couple minutes ago. Nice. Yep, just 10 minutes ago. CENTCOM has begun launching a third consecutive night of strikes against Iran. A Filipino immigrant is being deported for being pro-Palestine. The immigration judge calls their views repugnant. Phenomenal. Immigration judge ruled that a man's pro-Palestine views mean nothing he says can be believed. A 38-year-old Filipino-American photojournalist and DACA recipient has been held in ICE detention for 9 months over pro-Palestine social media posts and posts opposing U.S. torture of prisoners, according to a member of his legal team attorney Eric Lee. He came to the U.S. in 2001 at age 14 and has no criminal record, but was arrested outside his Texas home in October 2025, the day after he filmed a city council meeting on the ICE detention of a local Palestinian community leader. In denying him relief in March 2026, an immigration judge ruled his politics rendered his testimony unreliable. Democracy really is done. I hope you guys understand that. Writing that, quote, the respondent's worldview is informed by extremist ideology. To such extent, he no longer has the ability to provide reliable or credible factual statements. This is like a complete abandonment of the rule of law. The idea that a person's political positions essentially mean that they aren't deserving of legal, yeah, it's essentially unpersoning somebody, yeah, purely for his political views. It's against the First Amendment, seriously? Well, yeah, of course. Remember, we're all going to be called terrorists eventually. Terrorism is a largely undefined smear that's used by hegemonic power in order to attack anyone and everything that threatens their interests. This man, according to the government, is a terrorist. He's been held in ICE detention for nearly a year now. For a judge to just straight up say that you can no longer provide testimony because you're pro-Palestinian, unbelievable. Smoke seen in Bandar Abbas. Wonderful. Oh. Important detail in the new National Security Act. This is in reference to Starmer in the UK. I see the government is to designate the IRGC as an organization under the new National Security State Threats Act 2026. The designation notice has not yet been published, but will be shortly. They are not prescribing the IRGC as a terrorist group. Instead, in the new legislation, they're using language similar to that found in the Terrorism Act 2000. In the new legislation, 1. A person commits an offense if the person A. invites support for or expresses an opinion or belief that is supportive of a designated body and does so for a prohibited purpose. This contrasts with the Terrorism Act 2000, which says if he invites support for a prescribed organization. This was extended in 2019 with the following language: expresses an opinion or belief that isn't supportive of a prescribed organization. So they're expanding the language for what it counts to support a terrorist group in the United Kingdom. The supportive language was added because it was so difficult to gain successful convictions with the tighter language. How is it defined? Take the statement, the IRGC was successful in hitting all of its targets last night. Is that supportive, even if true? This will used by the Tories to reform? Dog. Labor is the one putting it through. Labor is doing it. Labor is using it. Labor's been arresting pro-Palestinian protesters who have committed no crime. Sure, the Tories and reform will use it too. They're all using it. Can we say now that people who said didn't vote for Stammer were right? Hey, wasn't I pretty doomer on Stammer in the beginning? If I remember correctly, I think that when Stammer was coming up, I said that the United Kingdom was headed on the same path no matter what. I think I remember saying that. You were right too early, so shut the fuck up. Yeah. I mean, everyone knew he was a piece of shit centrist. Yeah, I just think it's important to understand. So centrism isn't a real thing. These people, Starmer is an extremist. This is an extreme act of violence against the free speech and political rights of people in the United Kingdom. They're like, it's not centrist at all. Like my argument is that these people aren't merely ineffectual. They are deliberately trying to undermine democracy because they no longer think it is viable. And I think everything Starmer's done has advanced that. Basically, every single thing that he's done in office that pertains to political expression, rights, freedom, surveillance, or journalism has been in favor of the revocation of democracy. Like, with no exceptions. Can you think of a single exception? Every change that has been made, every move proposed, all of them on those grounds have been illiberal, with no exceptions. I can't think of an exception. I mean, how fucking open can you be outside of the Home Secretary dreaming of an AI-powered panopticon? Like, how much more do you need? The goal here is not merely to be Zionists. They do not care. They are just trying to end democracy. I have warned everyone, and I will continue to warn everyone. If I have any prediction for the future, it is this. The West has abandoned liberal democracy. They are no longer interested in it because you have too much of an immediate contradiction between the will of capital and the will of the Democratic majority. The Democratic majority used to enforce some kind of hold on capital. FDR did, for sure. Even through the 1960s and 70s, Nixon, Carter, they had the ability to wrangle U.S. corporate interests for national purposes. Now that is gone. Corporations do literally whatever they want, and no government can stop them. It doesn't matter who gets elected into office. I think the West is changing to a Chinese hybrid government. No, because China controls capital, at least to some extent. Russia is the closest example. A non-state, a state with no growth and no future, propped up entirely by low quality, low labor, like resource exports, where oligarchs can do literally whatever they want while the people just suffer. There's no future in Russia, and there hasn't been for a long time. Starmer's own MPs have been begging him to end the NHS contract with Palantir. It won't happen. It doesn't matter. Capital exerts a force on democracy greater than and more inexorable than gravity exerts a force on all matter. You know, you can push things up a hill, but eventually all potential energy will be exhausted. Yeah, Burnham backtracked on that. Of course he did. He was part of Labor's Friends of Israel. He's made it clear that he aligns himself with capital for well over a decade. Not great. Are you ready to see Democrats never criticize Israel ever again? Yeah, I've been reluctant to cover this because at first there was a lot of sensational coverage of it, which irked me, but I acknowledge now that my being irked that it was immature on my part. My desire to cover this information probably should have superseded my desire to distinguish myself from people who were being hyperbolic. There's an ongoing effort, one which seems like it's going to succeed, to further intertwine the Israeli military with the Pentagon in a way that would basically permanently commit us to Israelis' military affairs in the Middle East. A permanent commitment. It's an MIC dream. Now, not only Israel, but America will be involved in a permanent war. Infinite instability that we always, always, always have to direct money to address. You may have heard Congress is on track to approve an alarming Pentagon funding bill that would merge U.S. and Israeli R&D, give the Israeli government leverage over critical defense supply chains, access to military secrets, and extra sway over the innumerable members of Congress with a soft spot for the military-industrial complex. But the Trump administration is preparing to tether us to Israel's runaway war machine in an even more dangerous way, establishing U.S. military bases inside Israel. Oops, didn't mean to click on that. With the evacuation and partial destruction of major bases, including the regional U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force headquarters in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, respectively, all fewer than 200 miles from Iran, the Pentagon is exploring safer options further west, including in Israel. Meaning that attacks against Israel or attacks against us, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Bases can be established, bases can be withdrawn. Yes, but do you think that Congress would withdraw a base from Israel? Do you really think that so leave aside Republicans. How many Democrats do you think would be willing to sign on to a bill that would detach us from Israel? We can barely work up the stones to not give them infinite weapons. U.S. counterintelligence sounded the alarm in Mossad spying over the Pentagon over the war in Iran, by the way. Oh, yeah, of course. American government has always been fucking saturated with Mossad spies. This is a well-known fact. Mossad might belong to a country that is nominally our ally, but Israeli military intelligence has always treated us like an enemy nation. Because to them, we are. We're not chosen. They're down one spy this week, at least. That's true. They're fruitiest. Critical level. In an internal message used by one of the current officials, the level for Israel is critical for internal espionage. The Pentagon declined to comment. The Office for the Director of National Intelligence declined to comment. While it's commonplace for allies and adversaries around the globe to spy on each other, the current and former U.S. officials said Israel's recent efforts have gone well beyond what is typical and expected espionage. The officials did not know if a specific incident triggered the DIA's decision to raise the counterintelligence threat level. From YouTube chat, I can't believe how wrong I was about Israel. I thought it was all just neo-Nazi blood libel. I can't believe it's real. I assume you're baiting, but I want to be clear in case you're not. What the Nazis say about Israel has always been wrong because they've attributed it to an innate characteristic of Jews. In reality, Nazis are envious that they don't rule the perma-war blood pedophile state. Nazis have never had a salient critique of Israel because they are, at best, they view it as aspirational. Like, at the end of the day, Israel is just a subservient entity to the real problem, which is capital. Capital occupies both Israel and America. Do you think the people in Israel are happy? They aren't. The quality of life in Israel is not great and is getting worse. In many respects, it's a deeply underinvested country because so much money in Israel gets siphoned up into their military complex. Capital occupies both our countries. All Nazis want is to be the Israel. A Nazi has never made a salient critique of Israel, not once. I've never seen one. The most they can muster out is that Israel controls the United States, which is just not true, and it's why I've always argued against that. I might say individual politicians are cucked to Israel because that's part of the pantomime they're engaging in, the theater play that we're all on, but in reality, Israel and America, and all other countries, are to varying extents cucked by the same centralized, well, I can't really say it's centralized, partially centralized political and economic entity. Why are the Nazis becoming Israelis? A lot did, especially from Russia. A fuck ton of people in Israel are like Russian far-right ethno-nationalist Jews who moved over because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they wanted to get the fuck out of town. Makes sense. So they moved over to a new country from which they could pursue their far-right ethno-nationalist ambitions. There are a lot of essentially just Israeli Jewish Nazis. Not just in the sense that their political views overlap, but they literally have sympathies to the Nazi German government. There are entirely Russian-speaking political parties in Israel? Ooh. Well, Pentagon raises threat level for Israeli espionage to critical. How nice. Nick's getting so boring, he's changing his position every week now. Did you see this? I like the reason him being boring is the reason why I don't watch his clips. Like, he's funny when he's railing against his chat. But like his ongoing effort to 5D chess position himself ahead of whatever like paradigm shift there is in the right. For a while, he was like pro-Israel, pro-Epstein because it was like based or whatever. And now he's anti, then he's pro again. It doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't believe in any of it. It's not like interesting. Okay, we need to talk about the fact that Lindsey Graham's sister, or it's his sister, right? Yeah, sister is being appointed as interim senator. But before we get to that, let's get a little buffer, just a little buffer.
Welcome back. Some homeowners in Georgia are being given an ultimatum to sell their homes, or the state will, get this, take it to make way for AI data centers. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry has more.
I'm a single mom. I worked hard for everything.
Who'd you vote for?
How do you put a price on a home you never intended to sell? One filled with more than 2 decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your pets. The greenhouse that fed your family.
When you talk about what being on this property means to you,
yeah,
right? It's y'all's.
It's ours. It's our family. We belong here.
But Ansley Brown's childhood home likely won't be here much longer. That's because the state's largest utility, Georgia Power, says it needs the area to make way for a 35-mile-long transmission line.
Georgia Power has been here for as long as...
So cool how we can't build solar projects in the United States because we spend 35 years reviewing every local lunatic's environmental claim, who are definitely not being backed by like local legal teams who you know they do that, right? As part of the omnis segment rent-seeking bullshit, whenever there's a big local project, legal teams will literally go door to door in rural areas and say, hey, did you know there's a project nearby and you have a credible lawsuit? And then the rural person will be like, what? What are you talking about? What? What do you mean? And the lawyer will be like, we can basically net you years of money and media coverage if you decide to file a lawsuit against this development. The legal team makes money. The rural person makes money. You don't make money, you lose money, and the projects, because the project doesn't get built because of all the lawsuits. You lose tax dollars, billions. So that's cool.
Hensley's mother has owned this property. It's just beyond the tree line. Now, with the expansion of this latest project, they're looking to take the 2.5 acres the house sits on.
Georgia Power says increasing demand has outpaced the capacity of its existing grid, and building a new transmission line requires acquiring more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties.
What did your mom tell you she wanted for this property to be?
Generational wealth, true generational wealth was the idea. And now it's being stripped from us.
Doesn't this video debunk the whole point of abundance? Abundance was pre-debunked because it was always a neoliberal effort to launder capital acquisition. It was literally pushed. It was a psyop by people like Peter Thiel. That's not a joke. That's real. It was always fake. It was an effort to try to co-opt economic populism in a way that would appeal to both the right and the left. It explicitly discourages structural critique. But yes, this also debunks abundance. The fact that regulations essentially don't exist when capital wants something.
Georgia Power estimates 70 to 80% of the
Wait, are they just straight up seizing this person's house? Yep. Crazy what you can do when capital wants something, huh?
Power on this new line is expected to help serve data centers. It says the remaining 20 to 30% of power will serve the state's growing residential and commercial demand.
Georgia Power told us that they feel as if they've done this process responsibly. What would you say to that?
I disagree. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us, our community, our animals.
Brown's mother recently came to an agreement.
You would be in favor of eminent domain for like productive things though, right? Yes, my point is that we don't invoke eminent domain for things that are actually good, but capital will effortlessly invoke it for things that are bad. This energy infrastructure is only being built up to support the data centers. That's it. We don't do this for stuff that's actually civilizationally necessary.
Georgia Power to sell. Brown says if she didn't, the utility could have sought to acquire her property through eminent domain, a legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose.
All power generation starts somewhere.
Holly Lovett is a Georgia Power.
Why are we telling some poor lady to kill herself? A chat went way off on this one. All I said was, who do you vote for? Because I say that every time we see a rural person complain about the consequence of like Trump-aligned admin stuff. But in this case, chat's just being misogynistic, I assume. Like literally the segment's not even remotely about her or her opinions or her behavior. She's just a victim of cynical eminent domain. I don't know why chat's obsessing over it.
Spokesperson.
Eminent domain is always, a last resort for us, and it's something we never want to do.
To us, it's theft. It's literally $1 billion company stealing land from smaller people who can't fight back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
Did somebody say this wasn't rural? She literally has a fucking chicken coop.
People who can't.
What the fuck do you mean this wasn't rural?
Fight back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
So that's why a few months ago, Ansley took her story to TikTok.
My childhood home is being taken by Georgia Power.
She began sharing stories of others in similar situations.
What is it taking from her? Look behind me. It's taking this entire backyard.
What do you say to someone who will push back on any sort of offer that's out there and say, well, a price tag can't replace memories?
Oh gosh, it almost makes me emotional because I have those memories in like my house, and I get how deeply personal people's homes are. I would just say that we see you and we hear you. And
Perfect. Pitch perfect. Nah, you got it. No notes. You got it. Almost like woke one, fake progressivism was invented by neoliberals as a way of masking the intent of capital. Interesting. Almost like that shit was made in a lab.
We want this process to be respectful and transparent, and that is going to ultimately benefit you.
Brown doesn't buy that. And while she knows it's too late to save her home, she says she doesn't want to see this happen to anyone else.
My mom wants an apology. She wants an apology from Georgia Power.
You're not getting it. You're going to lose your home and you're not getting an apology. And I am sorry for that. It would be nice if we could do eminent domain for infrastructural projects that actually like benefited people, but all this shit is going to the fucking data centers.
That's it.
And it's because of how she feels as if she's been treated.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for an entire year, they have bullied her. And there is no sorry. So that's what we want. We want an apology from Georgia Power.
Such important reporting.
Sucks. Really sucks. The CEO of the biggest electricity company in the U.S. is warning blackouts could hit next year as AI and data centers drive up the electricity demand and strain the grid. It's like every apocalypse is happening at once. Any one of these on their own, the drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the war in the Middle East, climate change, El Nino 2027, and the electricity grids getting overtaxed, any single one of these would be like a civilizationally difficult challenge to deal with, but they're literally like all peaking at once. I would be shocked, and again, I understand that I humiliate myself in advance by making a prediction, but the world 365 days from now is going to be a fundamentally different one to the one today. Fundamentally. I mean, the same could always be said, I suppose, but I would say the difference between now and a year from now is going to be greater than the difference between now and any year prior or since. Going back at least to the end of the Cold War, but realistically probably worse than that. Probably well further back than that. Should we stockpile food? I have always advocated that people stockpile food. Systems collapse theory addresses this. The idea is that any one of these threats is manageable, but all of them at once is insurmountable. Yeah. And you tend to have cascading failures with stuff like this. Exelon CEO Calvin Butler told the Financial Times that Americans could absolutely lose power as soon as 2027. He said last winter his company nearly limited service for 400,000 customers during extreme cold. Just remember that. When you're sitting in your house, cozy and quiet, wondering about the future of the world, remember that for a moment, an energy executive considered cutting off power to 400,000 customers. That there was a finger hovering over a button that could have limited service, that could have killed people, that could have at the very least interrupted your life and your work because the energy grid is that taxed. $400K people, 400K customers. That's 400,000 households. Glad I live in a city with publicly owned utilities. It won't save you. Oh, well, assuming you're American, I mean. The energy grids are still... all the power still runs downstream from sources that are being overtaxed by the data centers. Maybe if you live outside the United States, you'll be more safe. Does it include hospitals? I mean, realistically, if there is a power shutdown, efforts will be made to limit that. And most hospitals have very robust backup power, but anything could happen. It's happening even in Canada. Canada is just as cucked by capital as we are. Nowhere is safe. Oh, right. I need to re-sign into everything. MSM starting to report on the ticking time bomb. Trump's time is running out to avoid a nightmare Strait of Hormuz scenario. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I know it's a lot. Schizos were right. Build off-grid houses won't save you. Building off the grid houses won't save you. You're actually more vulnerable the more detached from society you are. Personal action can't save you. Not from the broader systematic problems, at least. Still, your best bet is to make sure you're as healthy and well prepared as possible. Save up on money. Save up on money. Don't have any addictions. Be physically healthy. Exercise regularly. There's stuff that you can do. Please get some sun, man. It won't kill you. I take vitamin D supplements. This also includes getting your body count up. Yeah, get pussy. Don't save money, have hard assets. Buddy, my assets are always hard. You're wrong about the Maine Senate nomination not being decided by the people. All the counties in the state are holding nominating meetings this weekend to vote on their own delegations, 601 total from 16 counties, who will then go on to the nominating convention next weekend. Yeah, but they're using delegates. They're not using a general election process. Am I incorrect? My understanding was that they were using Maine's state-level Democrats. All 16 Maine counties will convene special nomination meetings where participants will vote to elect delegates. Oh, wait, we're electing new delegates? Wait. I'm sorry. We're electing new delegates? We're not using pre-selected delegates? Why? Why the double stage selection process? What the fuck? Why? Why not just hold a general vote? Is this good or no? It's left DSA shit. Behold, socialism in practice. God. Why do we have to elect delegates? Why not just cast votes? Whatever. It's fucking... We've worked hard to create a fair process that's inclusive of varying viewpoints and diverse backgrounds of Democrats. Yeah. Fucking, it's literally a double-ended committee. It's a two-stage committee selection process, and we have like fucking 2 weeks before the nominating convention. Okay. Doesn't this start by saying the Democrats, not the DSA? I was referencing the DSA. I was referencing a current drama within the DSA. Troy Jackson has been on it. Yeah, no. And Troy Jackson is likely to be the winner. Likely, but not guaranteed. Man, that electricity grid thing. Jesus. You know what? I'm sorry. I think we're going to talk about Darlene Graham tomorrow, not today, because I have to read donations, and we're going to take a little while on that. Thus concludes the political coverage. If you enjoyed the stream and you watched it and you're not subscribed, go to hell. But before you go to hell, not only subscribe, but leave a donation on with payments reoccurring, because you're not going to need that money in hell. Actually, money, from what I've heard, money actually increases the likelihood of you going to hell. So I would suggest that you give me all of your money. Impoverish yourself. Do you guys want to see The 2 big items that I got? Okay. Only one of them. Only one of them. I got it on sale. It's from Capital. I feel a bit odd about this because normally I think that if you're getting tech clothing, you should relegate it to tech clothing brands. But I also don't really have like huge asks for my tech clothing. Like I feel like I could have a partially functional item of tech clothing and be fine with that. Hold on. A Capital parka jacket. I wouldn't wear it over a shirt like this, but look, isn't that cute? It's like the exact color of my hair. I don't know how well it shows on stream, but the fabric has a pattern all over it, see? It's like a fashionable parka. I feel like it looks really good on me, personally. I would not wear it with shorts and a camp collar shirt, but you can see the form is really good. It's really light, but there's a lot of room underneath it. It's actually a size 2. Like this is what the woman was wearing on the internet. But I prefer stuff that fits more classically and isn't oversized. The only problem is that on this size, the hood is a bit small. See? It's definitely a bit small. But like, I talk about modifying clothing. I wonder if I could like split the seam in the middle of the hood and add an extra triangular pattern. You know what I mean? And that would make the hood larger. That would be a lot of effort, but I really like this jacket. I also just don't tend to wear the hood up that often, you know? Like a hood gusset? Yeah, like a hood gusset, essentially. Like you would, at least in my imagination, it would be like this. If you split it down the center, you add a triangle wedge of fabric, which expands it widthwise, and you could add a panel here and expand it forward, and then you would have like a good fitting. This feels really good. It's like super, super light. I covered that Shadow of Life, yeah. So we don't get to see item 2? Yeah, here. Okay, hold on. Unfortunately, the true majesty of this shirt can't really be appreciated. Oh, wait, maybe it can because there's light behind me. Right? It is the lightest damn... it's from Captain Sunshine. I really like this from a technical, like, fabric making. It's not stretchy at all. It's a very solid fabric, but oh my god, it's so thin. Like, I'm wearing this over a shirt, so this is not going to fit properly. But it's not sheer at all when worn. See? Look. Cats are going to one-shot you through this. I would not wrestle the cats in this. Keep in mind I'm wearing this over a camp collar shirt, so it's not going to fit properly. But I really, really like the pattern. And look how good it fits. It's like a super, super boxy... right? So if I was going to tuck this in, there would be a lot of extra material, which is fine, you know? But it's like a really nice summer shirt. I mean, it's genuinely, I wore it out yesterday. It is so light that it feels like I am shirtless, but cooler. Because if you're shirtless, like whether or not the air moves from you kind of depends on your movement and the wind. But if you're wearing a single light layer, it fluttering in the wind kind of perpetuates a fanning pattern on your body. That's the reason why you feel cooler in like really light flowing clothing than you do if you're just outside naked. Is it cotton or linen? This is cotton. This is cotton. I think it's 100% cotton. I don't think there's any synthetic fibers in here, which if there was, I wouldn't blame them because polyester is stronger than cotton, you know? Are you still anti-quarter zip? I'm only anti-tech quarter zip. Like that very specific kind of slim fit polyester quarter zip. I think that like athletic quarter zips or dressy sweater quarter zips look quite nice. I just think that like for a while they had a heyday as like the default Silicon Valley item. Where'd you get it from and how much can I not afford it? Well, this was from Captain Sunshine and the parka was from Capital, which are both very, very high-end brands. But I got them on sale. I got them 40% off. Capital with a K. Oh, I got something else from Capital. I really like wearing bandanas because I like Western wear, but a typical bandana is 22 inches across, and I have a thick neck. My neck, I usually wear size 17 shirts. So you can imagine, like, if my neck is 17 inches around, a 22-inch bandana, though you wear it diagonal, so it's not actually 22 inches across for the length around my neck. The point is, an average bandana is a little bit too small. Look at this Capital Selv Edge 30-inch neck scarf. Look at this beautiful neck scarf. There's the selvage on the end, the self-sealing end from the shuttle loom. Look at that. I still need to learn how to tie this, or not to tie it, how to fold it properly, because I'm used to doing this with 22-inch bandanas. Like, this is a whole different, this is like a whole different beast, you know? So it's this in front, and then... No, wait, it's... How do you do this again? You do this, you fold this over, you go this. Yeah, just a very basic... But there's a lot of, like, technicality in how you tie it, you know? I could do a better job than this. Hey, nice, the universe. Thoughts on ascots? I think they're cute. Anyway, hold on. Let me take these off. I'm wearing two shirts right now. But yeah, the colors are cute, right? I love these colors. I love this like muted, like fall color palette. You know? Oh, okay. Losh going American Psycho now? What are you talking about? Patrick Bateman didn't dress colorfully. He did the opposite. He wanted to blend in, not stand out. All right. If you had a carabiner, you would no longer be able to deny the lesbian allegations. Sorry, I don't have a carabiner. I have like a key belt hook, but not a carabiner, though they serve the same function. Highly recommend 18 East if you haven't checked them out. Oh, I've checked them out. Don't worry. I have an 18 East work jacket. All right. Let's read some donos, huh? Free Jacks and Pomelo Raccoon, thanks to the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Forest Shade, thank you for the $10. Would you be willing to voice Scratch for the T80C prequel I'm animating? I'll pay you. I have no idea if that's a sincere request, but I'm afraid that I'm going to have to say no. I do not feel I have the chops for voice acting. Or at the very least, it would have to be something I was doing, like if I was doing a little game project or something. But I appreciate the offer. Thank you. Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. You ever get that Kim crop jacket? I have the Kim Kitsuragi jacket from Zaum, from the developers. I do. But it's too fucking warm to wear it during a Disco Elysium playthrough. As good as the bit would be, I would be uncomfortable. You know? Tiny X, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. SamFan155, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you for being silly with it, turning those white names orange. Really appreciate that. Thank you. It's so expensive. Actually, the jacket that I got from the Disco Elysium Kim Kitsuragi jacket, if I remember correctly, was about $360, though that was a couple years ago. So now with inflation and tariffs especially, I feel like it would probably be higher. But I actually don't think that it was that expensive, considering the fact that it's like, you know, how do you put it? It's like not fan. It's not like a fan thing because it's from the developers. But it was quite high quality. No disco today. We'll try to tomorrow, though. Ty Cooperao, thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Degaius, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you as well. Shut the fuck up. OS Crane, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. She worked at John Van Essek beforehand? Really? That would explain the quality of the garment. I knew that the jacket from Zaum was made by professionals because I have seen what like bad promo merch looks like. If she worked for John Van Essek, that explains it. Ice Agent just killed someone in Maine. Wasn't that yesterday? I'm sorry. I know this happens a lot. We need to cover it tomorrow. I'm sorry. I feel like we were very efficient in how we covered stuff today. We didn't get to the ice stuff today. Levitati Boy, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Likewise. Oh, 3 tier 1 subs. You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard. Can't wait to play more. Hoda Sava, thank you for the $5. I could never do Twitch integration mode where chat votes in the dialogue. I could never do that. No, I would hate them. I would hate you guys. Lydia Wilder, thanks the $5. It will be a full playthrough. Sovball, thanks the 5. Beowulf DW, thank you for the 5 as well. Sovball, thank you for the $5. True. What the Dormouse said, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. The Graham Plattner scandal and the growing climate crisis has really sorted out those voices telling the truth and those avoiding it. Thank you for your integrity. You know what? I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. I don't know. I feel you're doing such an immense disservice to your audience if you refuse to. There are so many red flags flying in the air right now. So many. We're entering like a new, very bad era. Bosch really just said The Sopranos like a sitcom. You don't need to watch every episode. Real knowers will know this is true. The Sopranos was right on the cusp of like true episodic versus serialized television, where like broad patterns develop bit by bit, but like for the most part, the story arcs are episodically contained. Character dynamics and relationships might adjust, but for most of them, like they're relatively self-contained. Same with How I Met Your Mother is another good example of that, yeah. But I do think there's a distinction between shows like The Sopranos, where for the most part plot points are episodically contained, but broader stuff kind of changes over time. That versus something like Avatar: The Last Airbender or Breaking Bad, where like every episode directly follows up on a set of things that have been happening continuously. It's not an insult to The Sopranos. I will insult The Sopranos by saying season 5 is ass. What happens in season 5 again? Everyone decides every episode to be as like edgy and stupid as possible. Character dynamics, personalities, and relationships break down in an effort to showcase how gritty and realistic it is. Every person does the stupidest thing possible in every scenario. Character dynamics unwind. Relationships become less interesting. It's great. OS Crane, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I'm happy to hear that you're excited for the Disco Elysium playthrough. I am too. I worry that I'm not giving it much commentary, but I'm honestly just so like appreciative of the quality of the art that it's difficult for me to say something sometimes, you know? Joshman95, thanks the $5. Liberals have been saying build your own candidates for years and are now freaking out and abandoning vote blue no matter who now that we successfully have. Blue MAGA does the same thing that fascists do, where they, hold on, I literally retweeted this bit earlier today. When I am weaker than you, I ask for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I'm stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that is according to my principles. Fascists will do this. They cry for free speech when they're not in power and then take away yours when they're in power. Likewise, the blue MAGA, the centrist Dems, do the exact same thing. They cry and say that you should vote for Democrats, but pitch your own candidates if you want. Like, oh, don't not vote. Vote for Democrats. Just pitch your own candidates. But then when you actually pitch good candidates who you want to vote for, they start saying you're not a real Democrat. Not real believers in democracy. Puzzler22, thanks the tier 1 subs. Sweismeister, thank you likewise. Tamora, thank you for the $5. Dill the Dog, thanks the $5. Watch. This is a Greek movie about ancient Greece. A great watch before you go to see the Odyssey. You just gave me the YouTube video of Iphigenia from 1977. Full-length movie based on Eurydice's tragedy. Okay. You know what? I'm going to humor you. I'm literally going to click add to watch later. Sure. Why not? Rosender, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I will absolutely vote for AOC or Ro Khanna over Vance. Remember, I still think that Gavin Newsom represents an improvement in policy over JD Vance. It's that whether the improvement in policy is worth the disillusionment that Americans will feel when their goat fails anyway, and what that does to the future of democracy. Keep in mind, I think Ro Khanna and AOC will also fail. Like I said, from my perspective, the collapse has already happened in the future. What we're really talking about is like who can best navigate it and who will allocate blame appropriately. I think Ro Khanna and AOC, for whatever their failings, would allocate blame appropriately, which is important to me. Ringak and Blitz, Michigan, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. You should ban my ass. I'm a card-carrying DSA member, a Ruroid, and a newly minted firefighter. But still, I'm a Ruroid. Ban me, though. Well, what? No, what? No, what? Is it like a sex thing? No, what? Fuck, I just accidentally fucking closed the tier 3 sub from Steel Radiance. Steel Radiance, are you still here? I accidentally closed it. Can you fucking type it in chat? Whatever you said, give me the gist of it. Please. Admiral Kizaru, thanks for all the shit you did. Thanks to the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Limas, thank you for the $5. 10 years ago, I left NYC after dropping out of college. Next month, I'm moving back as a senior software. Oh, this is from Steel Radiance. Sorry, hold on. Wait, this is a different thing. I closed the tier 3 sub, but not the $10 dono. 10 years ago, I left NYC after dropping out of college. Next month, I'm moving back as a senior software developer. Your life doesn't equal the world. Take care of yourself. Yes. The world being shit and getting worse is no excuse for not taking care of yourself and doing your best. None whatsoever. Limas, thanks to $5. Update on Friend. They're continuing transition despite the apocalypse. Good. They should. The idea that you wouldn't transition or live life authentically because the world is getting worse is so retarded. Like, that's literally why transition, we're going to die one day anyway. Why eat food? I'll just die. Why do anything? Like, it's so the world's getting worse, so you shouldn't like be happy. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. People, you people don't make any sense to me. Vosh Cringe, thank you for the $5. I'm in New York City right now. In spite of everything, it's been awesome and hope-inspiring to see the World Cup tourists here enjoying the city. Yup. Same here in Seattle. Seattle's been doing pretty good. It's funny because like Seattle's such an openly queer city. You know that on the light rail, on the link, they literally have like PSA broadcasts over the intercom where they're essentially saying, welcome foreigners, remember homosexuality is both legal and mandatory in Seattle. Like they're literally like, remember sometimes people have very big septum piercings. Where do I even look at the super chats? You don't look at them, I look at them. Silly. And they had Egypt and Iran play a pride game in Seattle. Good. Islamofascism should be crushed. If ever there was an excuse for a cultural hegemony, it would be on progressivism. Mm-hmm. Okay. Pofi, thank you for the large number of donations during the Disco Elysium playthrough. I just threw up a stomach full of absinthe, the working man's drink, and pizza mix into a trash bag while my father holds my forehead. Am I truly proletariat now? Well, I guess I'm happy that your father supports you. Don't drink absinthe. Don't drink absinthe. I mean, surely there's a better thing you could be drinking, right? Yeah, that's a real Disco Elysium cosplay. Jaws, thanks the $2. Ruben27 Lozano, why didn't you talk about the ICE shooting in Texas? Because I talk about a lot of things, and honestly, I feel like there's ever more to cover every day. And a lot of the time, what I talk about sort of like gets determined by how much I feel I have to say about it. And I have said a lot about ICE. It's not that I don't think the story is interesting or like worthy of commentary. It certainly is. It's more like, you know, everything is kind of filtered through my perspective as a commentator. It's the same reason why past the point I stopped covering the genocide in Gaza. Even though every day more bad news comes out of there, it's like, you know what I think. There's no new information, right? Like new things are happening. You know exactly what the fuck I think. Everyone who watches this channel knows exactly what I think on the subject of Israel. And genocide, Gaza, so on and so forth. So like I feel that my responsibility to cover it has to be balanced with my feeling that I have to provide novel commentary. You know, I don't want to do a Jimmy Dore thing where he like realizes that he has a good grift going with the COVID stuff, and then like every day he's like, here's 50 more YouTube videos where I just read every single article that I can misinterpret and lie about in order to serve that bias. Like I would be very bored being like that guy, you know? Ugh, one of the cats just pooped. River. I bet it was River. Who's being stinky? Explain yourself. Why did you poop? Shit ass poop, baby. Disgusting. I'm not a fat slug. I am a yum yum. I am a yum yum with one clipped ear. Mwah! Go poop some more, why don't you? Oh, no, she's in here now. Clipped ear? Yeah, she was a stray. River. Vosh just yeets his cats. That's how they like being let down, you know? You just have to make sure they're, like, you know, positioned properly. Adlet Astria, thank you for the two $10 donos. Really appreciate that. Graham was cut open upon the altar, his heart and soul offered to the Dark Ones in exchange for the raising of the withered tortoise. They just did a tung sahur on Lindsey Graham. He just ran up to him and carved a hole in his forehead or something. Built like a little deco flat inside his head. Flop biggest Republican insulin gay. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Band of Brothers, The Pacific Generation Killed, Chernobyl. Watch. I want to watch all of those. Yeah, I haven't watched any of them. Not even Chernobyl. What's the one with Mussolini? What's the short series on Mussolini that all the baddies on Twitter were talking about for a while? I might just be thinking of Liv Agar. What's the one with Mussolini? Son of the Century? Son of the Century, okay. Do these have listings on Letterboxd? That's where I'm trying to keep... That's trying to keep track of my... Chernobyl's so good. I've heard it's like liberal or whatever. Chernobyl, is this it? 2019, right? Okay, I can add it. I can add it, yeah. Okay, hold on. On my watch, no, not watched, on my watch list. There we go. Okay. Okay, Chernobyl, Band of Brothers, watch list, The Pacific, watch list, Son of the Century, I don't see Son of the Century here. Oh, Mussolini, Son of the Century. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it didn't pop up until I typed all the way out to the end of century. And then Generation Kill. I don't know anything about Generational Kill. I've heard like one mention of it. Is that good? Is Generation Kill good? It's great. It's great. Okay. Watch list. There we go. I've added all 5 of those to my watch list. It's pretty good. Don't let them distract you. You're supposed to be reading James Joyce. I haven't even finished Dracula. My brain has been elsewhere. Clinton Hegney, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I have trouble watching any shows right now. Why should I give them my money when they're just going to turn around and give it to Trump? It can be very demoralizing to feel like basically all institutional culture just like feeds back up into evil anyway. Like it's like when you give money to fucking Ubisoft or Activision or whatever. I get it. I understand. AU Monster, thank you for the very kind 400 INR. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Asakar Tijan, thank you for the $10. Lord of the Rings extended cut or theatrical. I think that extended cut is good for like the overall experience, but I understand and defend the theatrical cut, especially because the extended cuts literally would not have worked with the logistics of movie cinemas. They only would have been able to do like 2 showings per day or something in a theater, which is ridiculous. Would have bankrupted AMC, you know? Which would happen anyway. Still alive and Jade on my soul. Thank you for the $5 both. We didn't really talk about McConnell or like Lindsey Graham at all, really, I guess, today. But, you know, I think it was David Lynch who said something like restrictions breed creativity. I completely agree with that, yeah. I think overwhelmingly, I think that, yeah. Cobalt Knight and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thanks the $5 both. 4D Rubik's Cube and Snorcore, thank you for the $2 both. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Handing it to Andreessen about anti-introspection. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, the guy who looks like an egg? When have I said I'm anti-introspection? I think introspection is good, in my opinion. Toxicologist, thank you for the $5 both. Really fucking important. Public comments due at midnight EDT for the OMB Fed grant rule changes. This will be catastrophic. Google Ginexi Substack. Okay, hold on, bucko. The rules changes will give political appointees unilateral control of grant funding. Yeah, the reason why I haven't talked about that like too much is because I feel like it's going to go through no matter what. I'm sorry if that comes across a little bit doomer, but like, in what world does the federal government right now listen to public comment? You know what I mean? I apologize. I understand that this is maybe like a slightly unproductive angle to take. But you know, it does kind of feel that way right now. Still, it's good to look into. I'll talk about it. Red Baron, thank you for the 2 donuts. When are you speedrunning Majora's Mask? That was a while ago. Diego B, Victoria Gardenosaurus, and Jolish, thank you for the $5 all. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Colin Costco, thank you for the $20. I'm currently watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer just so I can say I've watched it. There's a lot of bloat. Yeah, because, like, again, people didn't watch streaming services back then. They didn't exist. So if you watched a TV show, it literally meant like you would sit down at your TV at a given length of time. You'd be like, oh, 6:30 p.m. Saturdays or whatever. And if you missed an episode, the episodes still had to be like entertaining. That's the reason why The Sopranos is a little bit different to modern prestige television, even though it kind of like invented it. Because back then you had to sit down at the right time and watch it. There's been a huge change over time in how much shows are willing to commit to like a continuous storyline where you really like can't afford to miss an episode. So if you go back, there's always going to be a lot of fluff. In my opinion, compared to modern prestige television, basically everything feels like sitcoms. You know what I mean? So much better quality, though? Well, I'm not necessarily saying that. Is The Expanse a sitcom? No, The Expanse came out more recently. I was talking about like 90s or 2000s semi-continuous TV shows. For me, the number one is Breaking Bad. And that's personal bias because I like it a lot, but I also think they struck the right balance in terms of individual episodes enjoyment and like the continuity of an evolving plot. Every other prestige television show that I have seen, I felt like leaned too hard in one direction or the other, where in one they had like, they were just uninterested in giving it room to breathe, and on the other hand they were like, well, we're still kind of going to treat each episode like a bit of a bottle, you know? I don't think Deepak struggles for views machine. He's quite a bit larger than I am. For me, it's The Next Generation. The Next Generation is absolutely like 99% episodic. But like, yeah, there are still larger developments to follow, right? But for the most part, you can just watch an episode, you know, like 99% of the time, except for the season finales, you could pretty much just watch an episode. Geoslade, thank you for the $5. Took a trip to Chicago looking for places to get the fuck out of Arkansas. Nice. Working on my fit game. Well, I don't post fit pics to on stream because I don't want to develop a toxic incentive. However, in my opinion, you look great. I'll post the link to chat. Even recognize a few of the pieces you're wearing. Yeah, looking good, in my opinion. But my opinion's pretty well developed. I clearly, at this point, have pretty okay taste. In my opinion. Flop English Republic, thank you for the $5. Still alive, thank you likewise. Ori, thank you for the 667 pounds. Just got paid, so here's my tithe. My heart will not be weighed down by money. Good, good. You're more likely to go to heaven now, which is going to be important for you because the UK is not doing very well, you know? You want some rapidly depreciating currency, Vaush? I do, Pofi. Thank you very much for the 22.55 and 420.69 TRY. Thank you. This proof that Val suppresses the lower YouTube class chatters. He'll never read this donor revolt. Ignore that I'm giving him more money. Thank you for the money, Pofi. I read it. R, thank you for the 139 Canadian. Godcat, thank you for the 149 USD. The point of confusion, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. Thanks to the stream, Vosh. It's definitely getting worse out there. I think some people don't understand even during dark ages, there were still people who were happy. I'm telling you, this is the reason why the West is moving away from democracy, because they understand the reason why society remains stable right now is because people believe in a collective project where civil participation means the betterment of the world. Things might get bad sometimes, but people have for the past 250 years in the Western democratic countries more or less believed in general that political participation meant progress. Even the far right believed that. Even Nazis believed that because they're a post-Enlightenment ideology. The Nazis believed collective civil participation would lead to the betterment of the world. Their version of the betterment of the world was fucking psychotic, but they did believe in the project of political participation. This is a post-Enlightenment thing. Before the Enlightenment, this was not widely believed. It's a combination of social liberalism and the rapid pace of technological progress over the past 250 years that have led to this. But it's very, very important that you not fall for the hype, you know? The quality of your life does not intrinsically depend on the project of civic participation. It does not mean that the world getting better will make you do better. You know? It just won't. Your life can be good in spite of everything. And you should try to make it that. You should check out Melody Wright, writes about housing market and its untenable state. Writes about, you mean books or Substack articles? Melody Wright. I've picked up a couple of, I guess I'd call them theory texts lately. The two most recent ones. After chat reminded me of his existence, I picked up Debt, the First 5,000 Years by David Graeber. And I also, because I'm curious, you know, and I lived there, I grew up there, City of Courts, Excavating the Future in Los Angeles. I heard a lot of recommendations about this one. So I thought I would give it a read. Of course, I have to finish Dracula first. I thought it might be nice to mix in a nonfiction book in between the like classic Western literature bits, because if the only shit that I read is stuff like Dracula, eventually I'm going to start saying shit like Ameliorate again. You can read multiple books at once. You can, but like games, I find that it tends to depreciate my interest in everything that I'm reading. I kind of want to focus on like one thing at a time, you know? You're not wrong, though. Oh, I also just this morning ordered the book written by the person who runs the Unlearning Economics channel. I don't remember his real name, but I've been listening to his stuff more often and re-listening to it more recently, and I figured that I would give it a listen, or give it a read. John Unlearning, yes, John Unlearning Economy. Book name? I think it's called Why You're Getting Poorer. Yes, Why We're Getting Poorer. Isn't his name on the book? Well, I don't have the book in front of me now, do I? I said I ordered it today. All right. I think that clears us up on donos. Oh, Kowalski, thank you for the $5. One of the signs of the start of El Nino is flooding in the southwest. Brace yourself. Yeah. The ground is not ready for it. Oh, that's quite a lot. That's a lot of rain down there in Arizona and New Mexico and Texas. 7-day quantitative precipitation forecast for July 13th to 20th. Okay. I did, Pofi, as a matter of fact, though only briefly. Don't drink too much absinthe, okay? Good for the Colorado River, though. You would think that, but actually no. The reason why rivers are fed reliably by snowmelt is because there's a bunch of channels that have formed over like billions of years for the snowmelt to reliably pour into the river. But these kinds of floods are destructive. They actually pollute and disrupt river flow. Like it can add to it, but not as much as you might think. Look at this. With all the July model runs now in, it is very likely that 2026 will see the largest El Nino event since records began in the late 1800s, and potentially by a mind-blowing margin. The median estimate is now 3.6 degrees Celsius, roughly 0.8 hotter than the previous record. The median estimate exceeds the previous record by nearly a full degree Celsius. So that's not good. Well, Ro Khanna and Mehdi Hassan on Piers Morgan Uncensored. Ugh. Okay, maybe I'll look at it. Not right now, of course. We'll have to look at it tomorrow. All right, everyone, take care. Remember, the world is going to be a fundamentally different place in the near future, but that doesn't mean we can't prepare. Thank you for the 137 try. Here's a number only true Jumsians will understand. Leon. Ha! Thought you'd beat my ass. I beat my own ass. Or something. Type shit. Take care. I'll see you all tomorrow.